shepherd, and he knew how to defend himself. Right, he slew he said a lion and a bear before he even fought Goliath. So our men got to be prepared for whatever's to come. World War III on the horizon. Hey, shalom, Elder Torah.
Con, shalom, shalom. Good topic. Good topic as usual, brother. Yeah, you're right, brother. You know what, brother? Real quick, um, we gotta be prepared. We gotta be prepared because I know you remember the blackout shower par? Well, you remember nine
Con,
11, right? Well, you
con,
remember
con.
9/11, right?
I remember 9/11. I remember the blackout too.
Right, right,
Probably
right.
lasted like what, 2 or 3 days, right?
Yeah, yeah. But you see how easy it was where people was just cut off from among each other? And especially the blackout, you was cut off and you couldn't really contact each other, and how easy it is for for Esau basically to just separate people. And we need places, man. We need a place where if something like that happened, a disaster, we can all get there. We can all get to the same location. You know what I mean? We can have, we ain't got to talk too much on this app, but you have that thing and all of that and prepare ourselves. So if like a blackout comes, we have a location where we know, all right, it's a disaster. Everybody gets to this location. You see what I'm saying? We need to prepare with things like that, man, because that's reality. Because when these things is cut off and, you know, disaster happening and it ain't, you can't even get on Clubhouse and all of that, you know, what you gonna do a lot of times. So like you say, we know that the Lord is there to protect us, but also the scriptures tell you in Proverbs 6:6 how the ants, the smallest animal on the earth, how they prepare themselves, man. They're not slothful. They prepare. So we gotta understand that. This is a reality.
Were you talking about the blackout in '03? Was it Quan?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
believe it was '03. There was like two of them
Yeah.
actually. There's
It was in one
another
in the '80s.
'03.
It was one in the '80s. My parents were telling me about. I mean, I remember where I was when the blackout happened.
Nah, I
New York.
remember the '80s one.
Yeah, the one in '03, bro. When I tell you niggas was going crazy, niggas was looting. You know what I mean? Running up in Best Buy, running up in damn Rent a Center. It was crazy here in New York. I was waiting. I was with my family. We was about to go to the pool. The pool over on Kosciuszko Shower Park.
Con,
Yeah, I was waiting to go to the pool. They was like, "Yo, like the generator, like the pool's not running. Like the generators stopped running." And we looked and saw all the street lights was out. And this is before social media, so you ain't really have like cell phones like that for real, to know what was going on. You had to actually watch the news back then. So yeah, that shit was crazy, man. So, but even think about it like this: let's say a blackout happens in an hour from now, right? And everything goes down, or there's an EMP attack. How are you gonna know? All right, how to get in contact? How you gonna be able to get in contact with people in that day, in that hour? You know what I mean? So that's things that we gotta think about.
con, right? His brother's gonna have long distance walkie talkies. His brother gonna invest in a radio at a certain spot that could pick up walkie talkies. You know what I'm saying? Because I believe the strongest walkie talkie could only do like a good 100 miles or 200 miles, right? But if you have a radio, that could go from coast to coast. You know what I'm saying? Um, Also, that blackout, I can remember in 2003. That's around like when I first started like being in East New York like that. Like I moved to East New York like around 2001. Uh, but I was still chilling in mostly East Flatbush for the most part. But like in 2003, when that blackout happened, right, I had to literally like stand in front of my house with like a flashlight and a hammer because them dudes from the pink houses, them dudes from Cypress, they was running up in people's cribs real fast. Ran up in the corner store, ran up in the bodega. They ain't waste no time. So are people really ready for a situation like an EMP or World War III? Do we have order in our communities? I don't see it. Hey, Chief Ephraim in the building. Shalom King.
Should I tell you, South Park, Brooklyn, man? See, that's the first thing they did, run up in people's cribs. Damn, that's crazy. See what I'm saying? But that's what it is, man.
Hey, sister, what's going on? Is she trying to say something? I can't hear her. She probably got to leave the room and come back. But hey, y'all share this room. There's like 79 people in here. There's only 2 shares. I'm about to share this room myself. Y'all could just share it to Clubhouse, right?
Anything. What does EMP stand for?
Electromagnetic pulse. I'm gonna put it up. It stands for electromagnetic pulse. It's an energy wave or some type of blast that'll knock out all the electricity. You understand, sister? Look it up.
Okay. I
I'm,
I understand, but I don't even know what that is. I don't know what it is at all. Like
it's
is
like
that
a
a power
type.
outage?
It's like a different type of bomb. It's a
Oh, it's a
type.
bomb.
Yeah, it's a bomb or just an energy release that would knock out all electronic items.
Salakia. Just keep this when you think of EMP. Keep this scripture in mind. This is like a perfect description. Job 10:22. A land of darkness as darkness itself, and of the shadow of death without any order, and where the light is as darkness.
Con, con. What
Thank you.
scripture is that again?
Job 10:22.
Yeah, yeah. That would describe EMP, right? I think one of the plagues that hit Egypt was a bunch of darkness and then people were seeing spirits and all that type of stuff, right?
Yeah, it's crazy because I lived in Bushwick. I lived in Bushwick at the time. I was working in Marshalls. I was working in Marshalls. Was it Marshall? No, no. I was working at H&M. I was working at H&M doing loss prevention. I came from Green Acres Mall. That the bus was so packed, I had to walk from Green Acres Mall. No, no. Yeah, I had to walk from Green Acres Mall halfway to catch a bus. I forgot what stop it was to take it to Jamaica Avenue. Then from Jamaica Avenue, I walked the whole because the lines was crazy for the bus, and the trains wasn't working. That's another thing. You can't take the trains. Trains is finished. I was during that blackout, and me and his brother, I forgot his name. He lived not too far. Tony, Judite, funny Judite dude named Tony, older cat. He seen me. He was like, "Yo, man, we finna walk." He said, "Let's go to the store get a 40." So we got a 40 ounce. He got a 40 ounce. I got a 40 ounce, and we walked from Jamaica Avenue all the way to Bushwick and Woodbine. That's like by between Gates and Halsey. You know what I'm saying? So we walked that whole joint. All the buses was coming by mad slow. People was fighting and arguing. We just walking that whole joint. But yeah, man, that blackout was serious. At nighttime, we I was with Ephraim. Ephraim, he grabbed it. He said, get some cloth. He got some gasoline. He said, get like a towel or two. So I went and got a towel or two, wrapped it around this big ass stick. Yeah, it's like a big, huge branch. And we wrapped it around. He lit that joint on fire. There was 2 of them. We was walking through Bushwick looking like the Ku Klux Klan, man. You know what I'm saying? Flaming torches. Just walking around. You know what I mean? But yeah, man,
that thing was crazy. It was chaotic, but a lot of people was, they was barbecuing. Jake. It was only really one day. You know what I'm saying? So Jake was barbecuing and having a good time. So but yeah, man. Imagine just it ain't just one day. It's officially, you know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
exactly. Yeah, like the other one. Like he from finish.
God.
Like the other one wasn't one day. You know what I mean? The one was the 80s. I was young at the time, but that joy wasn't one day. That joy was more than a couple of days, and that was wild. So, like you said, imagine if it wasn't one day. I think that lasted like 2, 3 days or something. That was chaos. I remember my brother. I was young with my brother and cats looting, going through all the stores. They was just taking whatever they can. You know what I mean? It was chaos.
Yeah, I heard about my father. They was telling me my father got busy during that time.
Yeah, for the sister, I put the definition up there. You can click it on. It's on dictionary.com. You click on the definition of EMP, and you can read about that. Or maybe if I could get a reader on stage, if a brother want to volunteer to read, he could jump on stage right now. You know what I'm saying? And we could read that definition right quick, y'all. Electromagnetic pulse. That's an EMP. I mean, I could read it right quick. Salakia, y'all. EMP, electromagnetic pulse, a burst of electromagnetic energy produced by a nuclear explosion in the atmosphere, considered capable of widespread damage to power lines, telecommunications, and electronic equipment. Con?
Con.
Con, sister. So you understand that? It's like it can bring damage to telecommunications, electronics, all electronic equipment, right? Even your cars, right? Because your cars, a computer in your car, it won't work.
Shalom.
It- well, You have to have like an old school car to work, like after EMP. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of these new school cars, they run off computers. A lot of them got push starts and everything.
It
You
definitely ain't gonna work in that day, you know.
car, you better jump on a horse. You know what I'm
And
saying?
there ain't gonna be no damn what's space. You got to charge them damn Teslas. That shit ain't gonna work.
Yeah, the Teslas is through with that day, right?
Finish.
Right. Cell phones is done. Uh, Anything that work off of electronic batteries, all type of things is done. You understand that, sister?
Yes, Con. I was in a clubhouse the other night, and it seemed familiar with this. She was speaking. I don't know how true it is because I don't know about Ethiopia. She said it's Israelite Jews that's in Ethiopia. She said there's a war going on right now. This is what she said. She said there's no phone service, there's no internet. They have no outside communication. She said Europeans came and they said they need these scrolls because they said it's books from the Bible. So they killed 300 of the priests that knows these orally traditions and killed them off. And they're trying to take their records. So it sounds like something is going on over there, but the world doesn't know about because it's not broadcast and they don't have no outside communication to get in contact.
Boca Tov, everyone. Shalom, shalom. What Sister uh, Judah Princess referring to is the genocide over in with the Tangray people. They have been speaking out about it a little bit here on the Clubhouse application, but as she said, it's a complete. media and social media blackout for what's really happening over there. But I raised my hand to bring up a point that you maybe that some of your brothers might want to look into if you already don't know about EMP protection, Faraday bags, or Faraday covering that you can use to put over your vehicles or create to protect some of your electronics for those who might have a CB radio, a ham radio, or other electronic devices like that, like computers, tablets, things of that nature that have backup documents that they might want to have access to. So those are, Slocky, those are some things that definitely take in consideration in this morning's discussion. My name is Shay. My neighbor is needing my attention, so I'll have to buy out of this conversation.
Yeah,
I think this is a great room.
you say the name of that thing one more time?
Faraday cages or Faraday bags, or Faraday cloth. A lot of this stuff is readily available. You can DIY most of these things yourself. For example, for like a home Faraday cage, you can take an old microwave, take some of the cooling and heating packages that you would take out for like a picnic or an outing, eating your food to keep it cool or to keep it hot. Line it on the inside of that, or you can even take some foil if that's outside of your budget, and that there in itself can create a home DIY Faraday cage.
How do you spell that?
Now that I don't know, I'll have to look that up, Slocky. I've been what some people will
The brother
call a
Fire just hit me
do.
up in the back channel. It's FARADAYBAG. So it's like feardaybag.com. There's a whole .com with it. So I'm about to post that up
Con, thank you.
and throw out on the side. All praises to the Most High.
All praises to the Most High.
Yeah, I might want to get a couple of these. I think that's probably something on my list that I got to get to.
I'm just gonna say this too. This is my first time to hear about this, the Fair Day. I got this from Walmart, or you can order it online. Is a pipe and is a straw. If the water is contaminated, you could drink out of swamp, dirty water, but it will clean it for you, and you could drink it. So I got that just in case we don't have any type of clean water.
Yeah, they also have life straws for that too.
And that's what it's called. It's called light straw.
Yeah, life straw. Yeah. Also, learning how to filter water yourself is good too. There's certain kind of rocks and coals you could use. I'm gonna see if I could throw that up later. Yeah, yeah. But the life straws, everyone needs to look into that too. The life straws put them working. I think they're good for a year, right?
I don't know. I never used it. I don't sound crazy though, but I was like, I don't know. Should I try it now? But I was like, I'm not gonna drink out no puddle on the ground right now. So I never tried it.
You better make sure it works, sister.
When it rains, I'm gonna go outside in Queens and just go. I don't know. I don't know. I can't do it right now.
Yeah, yeah, life straws though. Actually, there's an Ak at the camp that got like 50 of those. He wasn't playing. He said he worked, so I'm gonna take his word for it. Definitely get some of those life straws too. And also, like I said, learn how to filter your own water. Learn how to hunt fish. Like these type of things are all on the internet now. Like we're in the age of information. And think about it, how people just like to look up fight videos, twerk videos, music videos, arguments. A bunch of stuff that be just flying around social media. But we are actually in a opportune time, a great opportune time to get a lot of information off the internet, man. A lot of things I'm learning off of YouTube, man. I go to YouTube University, man. Whatever you want to learn is right on there. right? So yeah, man. If y'all want to add to the discussion, my brother Yasharal is on stage, right? What's going on, King? You ready for World War III? Or just answer the question: are Black people, or the so-called Black, Hispanic, and Native American people, ready for World War III? Brother Yasharala with the night suit, right? With the night suit on your pit, King. You want to answer the question for today? Going once, going twice.
Hey, Salakia, yeah, if I may, let me answer the topic if that's cool with you. But yeah, the so-called Israelites, right? Blacks, Hispanics, Native American, ready for World War III or EMP? I would say absolutely not. We can see through the prophecies that certain things has to happen. Um, you know, for for us to be able to even think about dealing with a situation like that. And this is why topics like this are very good because I'm hoping that through the room we'll be able to come up with different ideas. And I've heard a couple of people. I'm in and out because I'm working, but I've heard a few people bring up some ideas on certain things that you can do. 1 second, Yashar, 1 second. To get prepared for it. Uh, so yeah, I just think that as a nation, there's a lot of work we have to do. Um, I would say definitely gathering together is one of them, which we're doing slowly but surely. But it's going to take a little bit more than that. I would say like actually putting things to work, like actually taking actions to prepare ourselves. You know, um, you got some camps and some Israelites that are doing that. Some of them are buying lands out, far out, and taking certain steps to be able to prepare themselves and having some type of plan in place. Right? That's another thing. Like we actually have to start, doing these things that they're saying, not just talk about it and we leave and we right back to our comfortable homes, man. But yeah, we definitely not ready for it, man. Um, I would say some of us has take certain steps to get there, but yeah, we got a long way to go, I would say. But with that, I yield.
Con. Y'all can hear me. I apologize, man. I'm new to all this technology. But shalom to everybody. I love this subject because you all are really helping tremendously the people because we know, according to the scriptures, it's going to go down eventually. But the question is, the answer is no. People are not ready. They're not ready for this upcoming war, and they have no idea what's going to go down. We understand these scriptures. Um, I come out of Katrina, and I can tell you now, uh, it was chaos. I wasn't even down there. I left ahead of time and got out of there. And the day before Katrina hit, I landed in Oklahoma, and I watched the areas that I walked around and been around totally under the water. And a lot of the people that I know, uh, I told them to get out and to leave. And man, it's chaos like you would not imagine. And these Jakes, they're gonna be caught by surprise. And if they listen to what y'all are saying and start acting upon it, because I believe God is speaking to the mouth of the prophets right now, and y'all are trying to warn them and get these folk ready, and they're not paying attention. They have no idea, man, what an EMP that pulse would do. That is one of the number one tactics one of these nations would use on us to bring us to our knees. One of those bombs explode, all lights gonna be out, all electric is base gonna be out. You think you're gonna get in your car, it ain't gonna start because the transmission and all of that and the alternator is going to be burned out. So you're dealing with that. And then if you have an all electric home and you're talking about in a bitter winter where it gets down to 30 and 5 degrees in some of these areas, there won't be no electric in your house to warm your house. They won't. You think the gas system is going to work? The gas system that pump the gas to your house, it run by electric. So when that company shut down, you're down to firewood. And if you haven't collected your firewood and got yourself together, then you're looking at zero temperatures in your house. And if you're one of those individuals that's on a respirator, you got diabetes or some kind of medicine, then you're basically at the mercy of whatever you have left. You got to know the Lord at this time, and you got to prepare ahead of time for this stuff because it is real. It's real outdoors. Um, there's a lot of countries would like to take this country down, and it's going to go down. We know what the scriptures say, and it's going down. And when it go down, uh, we right here in this Babylon. We right here in it, and the prophets are crying out, and they always say, I always hear them say, it's gonna come a time when we're not on these streets no more. It's gonna come a time when y'all not gonna see us no more. Well, they better take heed because the prophets are speaking and they warning us and letting us know what's going on. And I'm gonna land this plane, man. I just want to thank y'all for all that you've done and all y'all are saying, man. Y'all are blessing us real good. Keep it up. Keep it up. God bless. And I'm back quiet. I'm like,
Yeah, the water, man, for your words and your testimony. You know, especially being a survivor, of Katrina. You know how ugly it gets, for real, for real.
oh yeah, it wasn't no joke. I lost basically everything down there, and most people don't know me. I pastor the church down there, and I'm actually uh, in the Tulsa area, pastoring 2 churches, and uh, I done basically converted them over and let all these people know that they're Israelites, and we like out here on the island, but that's all right. We're getting it done, paying attention to God's laws, statutes, and commandments, and this conversion it wasn't easy, but a lot of them went along and um, came along with us, and we're doing fine here. And the church world, they're fighting us. I hear them murmuring and talking about, this preaching and took his churches and changed into Israelites. Well, you know what? I'm gonna reach out to them, and I'm gonna, through the help of the Lord, gonna help some of them get this word and get them to change over and see what these scriptures are actually saying. So it's a big task down here, but we do have something in place where I do talk to my elders and stuff to get them to know that we're going to meet in a certain place if all of this stuff go down, and have some things in place for us for water and food and all of that. Um, so we're busy out here, man, real busy.
That's real interesting, Elder. I know before I came into the truth, I was following some pastors that were on a similar type of time. There's a guy named Dr. Omar Tibu down in Louisiana. I think he's in Fayette, Louisiana. And then you had not Doctor, but Reverend Stephen Garvey. He was down in Alabama, I believe, and he was teaching that we was the Israelites and whatnot. But he ended up passing away. But I know Omar Tibu. He's still going strong out there. I don't think he teaches that we gotta keep the law or anything like that. But he's definitely a lot. He's teaching our people something closer to the truth than the vast majority of these preachers. So all praise to the Most High that we got brothers who are in that life. You know what I mean, as pastors, as reverends, coming to the truth and teaching the people. All praises.
Well, we do thank God. I'm familiar with both of those guys. I've not had the privilege to meet Omar, but and know Pastor Steve before he left, but I gotta let y'all know something, man. Y'all are converting people, whether you understand it or not. I listened to Priest Sabat. I think he was out of New York and New Jersey, and I watched this man of God preach and put these precepts together. And I'm telling you, man, it works. What y'all doing is working. I'm telling you, it is converting pastors, and they just don't know where to run to and who to reach out to. But what you're saying, I'm proof positive because I come from a very large circle, man, with a lot of the mega preachers and all of that. I've been to their churches and preached to them, preached for them and everything. But it's all that's counted done. All that's counted done. And they still know me, and they are familiar about what we're doing and what we're dealing with. And you can see some of them don't know how to deal with us and how to treat me, but they got a certain level of respect and they will sit and listen to me. I can get their attention, get their audience, and talk to them because of the years that we've done with them. So I'm thankful that this platform, I'm just taking it easy, and when I say easy, I mean not rushing or forcing or cramming, because I can get some of these guys to sit and listen to me. And if we can get them on this larger stage like that to start talking about it, you see, they can't really reject me because they put me up in the front already. So now they got to sit and listen, and I have the audience where I can talk to these people and try to share with them. So I'm learning all these precepts, man, and learning these scriptures over again so I can be able to help these brothers, because a lot of them want to change. They have a heart to do it. They just don't know what to do because they out there in such a large level that they don't know where to go from here. But if there's somebody that have influence already in their life or been in them in the walk with them, they'll sit and hear them. You know, they'll pass by the guys on the street that seem like they're yelling or screaming at them, which they're really bringing the word. They won't hear them, but they'll sit down and I'll talk with them. And then when they go back by you all, they'll see that, hey, look, what these guys are saying is the truth, man. What they're saying is the truth. And they're willing to listen. But I'm just trying to introduce myself just a little. But y'all, what y'all doing is working, man. It's working. Trust me, it is working. I'm going to go on and land.
All praises, brother. All praises.
Con. Right? So our people got to get prepared, man. Right? Brothers got to blow the trumpet. Brothers got to cry aloud. And, like it says in Jude, some people save with compassion and some people save with fear. So
Mm,
somebody, even if somebody doesn't hear the brothers on the street, that's basically telling you to fear the Lord. Maybe they'll hear somebody out that's close to them and just, tell like, yo, them brothers is right, and they use a more compassionate
mm,
route. You
con,
know, what I'm saying? So as long as the word of the Most High goes out, because it don't go out void, right? We understand that through Scripture.
con,
As long as that word go out and we give a warning to the people, so they at least have a chance. According to Romans 10:1, our heart's desire is that Israel be saved. So definitely, man, it's the reason why we get up and hold this kosher breakfast and try to talk to our people, and have these conversations.
con, con. All praises. I do thank God. All praises for you all, man.
Shaw probably want to reset the room.
Con. This your kosher breakfast. House the skillet. Come and get it. Sponsored by the Holy Spirit. You know, when you hear it and the heathen fears it. Because every morning brothers bring them swords out. Let you know what the law about. And turn the clubhouse into the Lord's house. We going to bring it out. Right? If you haven't already, everybody in the audience, click on the top of your screen, that little green house, right? And click everybody on the screen you see with a green bean, right? Everybody on stage that's following uh, this platform, everybody on stage that's spreading wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Because we're building a platform where this word is coming out 24/7, 365, pushing the gospel through your Wi Fi, pushing good vibes to the 12 tribes until your Howard shot crack the sky. All praises to the Most High. Right, make sure you follow my profile because this is a backup account. The other one got suspended, so I'm building this one up. All praises go to the Most High God once again. And today's subject is: are black people, or should I say black, Hispanic, and Native American, the Israelites, but are black people ready for World War III or EMP?
I wanted to bring out a precept on this topic because we see even a brother as righteous as Ezra, and the other prophets, you know, have fear about that day. You know what I mean? Because you can prepare as much as you want, right? You it's gonna be a lot when you got thousands of people dropping on your left side, dropping at your right side and whatnot, right? It's gonna be very traumatic. You know what I mean? Um, it's not it's not a lot you can do to prepare for some of the traumatic things that we may see when all hell breaks loose. You know what I mean? Like, I've never seen someone get killed. Never in my life have I seen someone get shot and killed or stabbed or nothing like that. So in that hour, in that day, you know what I mean, it may be difficult for you to stomach that. You know what I mean? So sometimes what I like to do is I like to watch like beheading videos and things of that nature. Just watch gory stuff so I can kind of get myself prepared for that. But even like I said, even Ezra, he said that he was fearful for that day. So let me bring this out real quick. This is Second Ezra 16, and I'll start at verse 14. It says, "Behold, the plagues are sent, and shall not return again until they come upon the earth. The fire is kindled, and shall not be put out till it consume the foundation of the earth. Like as an arrow which is shot of a mighty archer returneth not backward, even so the plagues that shall be sent upon the earth shall not return again." Verse 17, "Woe is me, woe is me, who will deliver me in those days?" Right? It says, "The beginning of sorrows and great mournings, the beginnings of famine and great death, the beginning of wars, and the powers shall stand in fear, the beginning of evils, what shall I do when these evils shall come?" Right? So you can, you can be a man of the Lord, you could be a prophet, you could be, a teacher, you can be an evangelist, whatever you want to be, right? When all hell breaks loose and shit hits the fan, right? It's gonna be a sight to see, right? It's gonna be a sight to see, and it's not, you can't prepare for everything, right? That's gonna come. However, I got a red bar in the matrix. Can I be heard?
You good?
Final presence, right? You can't prepare for everything. However, that does not mean that, oh, you don't, you know get ammo, right? You don't get food, you don't get water, you don't have your bag ready, so when it's time to up and leave, you can just go. I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is it's going to be a certain level of shock value and trauma that will come in those days when all these things are breaking loose. However, we have a little bit of an edge up because we know that these things are going to come to pass because the Lord told us something will happen. So we shouldn't be surprised, right, that they're coming, right? We should rejoice in the fact that they're coming. However, it's that balance, you know what I mean? So that I yield.
Shalom. I wanted to make a point to what Ariella was saying, and that's exactly what I was going to bring out. A few weeks ago, we did a two-part lesson on being war ready, and there's a third part that I still am going to teach on being physically ready. But the first two were the most important as far as you know getting our people to understand what it means to be spiritually war ready and mentally. And that's going to really be the downfall of most people, especially, of our nation, is that they're not spiritually ready for that attack on their faith. That's what spiritual warfare is dealing with the enemy, you know, attacking your faith and your belief. Now, most of our people don't really even believe in Christ how the scriptures say. But, even for us in the truth, as Brother Ariella was just bringing out, there was prophets that seen this day and they were shaken as well. So, that's why it's important for us now to be building up our faith, for us to be ready, spiritually for what's coming, when all these things start to happen, to keep that faith that, the Most High is going to protect you, if you continue to keep his commandments and have that faith in his son. And then on a mental level, we're really not prepared as a people either. We're going to, like the brother Ariella said, not really know what's going on as a people as a whole. We're not going to really understand why these calamities are happening. People are going to be, at their wits' end. A lot of people are going to die from strokes and just pure anxiety because mentally they're not prepared for what's to come either. That's why, like the brother said, we have a leg up because we actually are in the scriptures. We actually talk about this thing, and then we actually need to talk about it more often because it's going to be like a time which we've never seen before. I believe it is Isaiah. I want to read this scripture. I want to read Isaiah chapter 33 and verse 6. It reads, "And wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of thy times, and strength of salvation. The fear of the Lord is his treasure." So that is exactly what is going to, be our stability when we understand these prophecies, when we are, you know, diving into this book on a daily basis. You can't read the scriptures too much. You can't hear these breakdowns enough. A lot of people, I know, say things like, why are they only talking about this, or why are they only talking about the end times, and y'all been saying all hell is going to break loose for years, because it needs to be ingrained in your mind, right? Because this is that wisdom that you're going to get that's going to sustain you when there's going to be this time of complete and utter madness on the earth that nobody was looking forward to. And even us today, we really don't understand the totality of it, like the brother was saying, because we haven't experienced it before. And so we need to be mentally preparing and spiritually preparing like never before, especially when we see these days coming. We're in the part of prophecy where we're at the beginning of sorrows. That's where we're in right now, according to, Matthew 24 and other, scriptures as well. We're in the beginning of these sorrows, so it's only going to get worse from here. It's not going to get better. It's not going to, subside for, a long season. You might be able to do some common things, but you're going to start seeing everything starting to tighten up and things start to get worse. So as time goes on, these discussions become more and more pertinent, and we definitely need to make sure that we are ready spiritually, mentally, and also physically, but first and foremost, those two things, even over the bug out bags, even over, all those, EMP awareness things, that's cool. And I'm not saying that that shouldn't happen, but that is really last on the priority list. Because if you're not spiritually ready or mentally ready for this war, you can have all the food and extra supplies and everything else like that. You'll still lose faith because it's still going to be hard out here to move around. You'll still be mentally broken because you've never had to really go out there and struggle every day, not knowing where you're going to go next. Or what happens if people come and take the things that you have, or you are in a position to where you can't get to your bug out bag and your bug out equipment? Then what are you going to do? So you saved up all those things. You've thought that you've physically prepared, and now all hell breaks loose, and you're not in a position to go and secure those things in which you had saved up for. So that's how come it's first and foremost important that you are spiritually ready and mentally ready, which most of our people are not. So with that, I yield.
Thank you, Khan. I have a question as well too. Um, when thinking about the last days after the time of Jacob's trouble and the sorrows, and I wonder, do we? Is it like you said we prepare mentally? So if we do die, that know where we be, you know, going to be with the Messiah. But is it is going to be a physical bomb? Should we come out of her? Is he talking about like the land that is controlled by like say for America or like uh over there in Europe, those places? Should we come out of these places and live somewhere else, just like
No,
brother?
yeah.
Okay,
So yeah, that's not what it's talking about, right? When it says come out of her, it's what I was speaking to. Come out of her spiritually, come out of her mentally, detach from the society in those capacities, detached from society, the comforts that you necessarily are just thinking are necessities, right? That's more of what it's talking about. Come out of the folly, come out of the darkness, mentally and spiritually. That's what it's talking about. Come out of her, not go and move, because the scriptures let us know that when World War III hits and when trouble hits, it's going to hit on every side of the earth. So it's not going to be anywhere you can go to escape. You're going to run from the sword and then you're going to run into famine, right? Or you're going to run from famine and then go into pestilence, because it's going to be coming on every side of the earth. So he's not talking about come out of, a specific place, like get up and get a passport and move. It's more so come out of the spirituality of the place, come out of the mental, slumber of this place, and wake up to understand what's going on. So that's what it's talking about, not
yeah,
actually
and I was
literally moving.
I knew that part of it, but then I said the physical, the mental, but then there's a physical aspect because it tells her how this place, and you said like family's gonna be certain places. Say me if people go say if I go to like Ghana or something, because it says like in Peter's, it's more over. It's a lot in the Bible. It said the day of the Lord will come like a thief in the night, and it shall pass away great noise, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat. The earth also and all the works that therein shall be burnt up. So that's like a physical thing to me. Like
Yeah, it
place
is a
certain
physical
on
thing, but you're gonna get. I got you, sis. You're gonna be delivered out of that though.
how
In those places. So 1 second, right? So I'm gonna tell you about the physical angle of it. This is Second Edges, chapter 16, verse 40. It reads, "O my people, hear my word, make you ready to the battle, and in those evils be as pilgrims upon the earth." Meaning you should be ready to move around from place to place. You should be
so
on. Wait 1 second. Just
I would say what scripture was that? So
oh, that was Second Edges, chapter 16, verse 40. Right. So this is along those same lines when he's breaking down all the hell that's going to be breaking loose. Right. So now it's not talking about, well, I gotta find a way to like move to Ghana. Like, no, it's just saying there's gonna be trouble in your neighborhood, in your city. You gotta get ready to pack up and move somewhere else. Right. When I read on, it'll say, "He that selleth, let him be as he that fleeth away." This is verse 41. "And he that buyeth, as one that will lose." Meaning that's talking about going into the mentality, right? You're going to be, still working, still, paying bills, still trying to provide, but you should be doing so with the correct mindset that this is not going to profit you. Verse 43, "He that soweth as if he should not reap." This is tying in the physical and the mental. Yes, you're still sowing, you're planting your gardens, but you should be doing so with the mindset that you're not necessarily going to reap the harvest in which you're, trying to attain. but you're still doing those things. You're still physically buying and selling. You're still physically occupying land. You're still physically sowing, right? But guess what? You should be having the mindset that you're not going to reap of those things. So there's going to be, it might be a war in your city or a lockdown in your city. Okay, I got to get up and move to the next city. That's the physical aspect of it, right? But as far as the whole destruction goes, what you were reading, see, this is why you have to understand that when you're when I'm not sure where you are in this truth, as far as time in and understanding the prophecies, but some things are meat, meaning they're not necessarily ready for babes to comprehend or understand. So when you pull that First Peter about the the destruction and things of that nature, the earth melting with fervent heat, those are the thermonuclear missiles, right? And only the Lord himself through the chariots is going to redeem us from that. You can't dodge the missiles. They're going to be everywhere on the earth, but specifically America. So you can't dodge the missiles, right? The scriptures tell us that our deliverance is going to be, via the chariots. Okay, so the Lord and his angels, they get us out of that destruction in particular that you just read. But now, as far as just the wars and the civil wars and things of that nature, that's a different level of destruction. That's a different level of chaos. So you have to understand there's levels to this physical thing as well. So now when we're dealing with the wars and the civil wars and the famines, nobody on the earth can escape that. You can't escape that no matter where you go. You can go anywhere on the earth. It's going to be trouble on all four corners. But that ultimate destruction that comes through the missiles that melts the earth with fervent heat, the Lord himself is going to deliver his people. And that's him showing his mighty power. That's him flexing and letting the whole earth know that these are my chosen. So that's not something that you're going to, or you should be trying to physically escape. That's where the Lord comes in and protects you. Are you?
Con,
Thank you.
con.
Thank you.
Yeah,
That's
if I may, I'm going to add on to what Mahala brought out. Um, yeah, there's levels to this prophecies when you start going into the end times, Jacob's trouble till the Yahushai comes, right? But I'm just going to bring up a scripture real quick. What you got to, and this is what we got to really focus on. And the brothers brought up a great point, and the sister. Um, we just got to focus on building ourselves, spiritually, because that's how we're going to be able to defend ourselves from a lot of what's going to come. And the defense is going to really come from the Most High, right? He's going to do the protecting, right, and delivering. But I'm going to read a scripture real quick. This is Isaiah chapter 65 and verse 12. Therefore, I will number you to the sword. I mean, you can read up a little bit, but I just want to get right to the point. Therefore, will I number you to the sword, and ye shall all bow down to the slaughter. Because when I called ye, did not answer. When I spake ye, did not hear. But did evil before mine eyes, and did choose that wherein I delighted not. Right? Verse 13. Therefore, thus saith the Lord, behold, my servants shall eat. Right? So if you're doing the will of the Most High God, right, during the time of trouble, guess what? He's going to protect you. Your riches and whatever you have is not going to do anything for you. All right? I'm going to hold that real quick, and I'm going to bring this up real quick. Proverbs 11 and 4 says, riches profit not in the day of wrath, or righteousness, right? Deliver it from death. That's what's going to deliver you from destruction, right? It's not to say that things might not happen to you, right? But you gotta be moving at a certain frequency, right? In your spiritual walk, right? You gotta be prepared mentally, right? Like Halal was bringing up, you gotta be able to move around. Don't think that you could just establish something somewhere and that's it, right? That can only take you so far, right? But you're not going to know a lot of this unless you get into the prophecies and see what the scripture says about the end times. But again, the Most High has to be dealing with you on a certain level to get that understanding, right? But anyways, it says, behold, my servant shall drink, right? But ye shall be thirsty, right? The Most High is going to take care of his own, right? But if you're leaving out there being wicked, not caring about anything, just, caring about the affairs of this world, guess what? In the day of wrath, you're numbered to the sword, man. It says, behold, my servant shall rejoice, but ye shall be ashamed, right? Behold, my servant shall sing for joy of heart, but ye shall cry for sorrow of heart, and shall howl for vexation of spirit, right? I'm going to drop that for now. We're going to go to Revelations chapter 3 and verse 10, right? And it reads, it says, because thou hast kept the word of my patience, I also will keep thee from the hour of temptation, which shall come upon all the world to try them that dwell upon the earth. So, like the brother was bringing out, it doesn't matter where you are. So this whole flee to a different country doctrine is straight garbage, because that's not going to help you in the day of the Most High's wrath, right? Because the curse is what? It follows us wherever we go. So you can try and go anywhere in the world, it will follow you, right? But I just wanted to add to that real quick. But yeah, great understanding coming out. All praises to the Most High. This is a great topic, and our people got to be prepared spiritually first, man. You know, then you can deal with the other parts of it. But with that, I yield.
Thank you.
Is it all right? Man.
Kyle, go ahead, brother Daryl.
So yeah, man. About a year or so ago, I went to Africa. Right.
Hold on a second. Before you say anything, you want to just answer the question to the room right quick
Say that again.
before you go into that story. Would you like to answer the question to the room right quick? Look like the brother on the phone. I'm gonna give him a couple of seconds to see if he get off. If not, we can move on.
Shalom, shalom, family. Yahbashim Yashabakatam.
Hey, brother Shemaiah. Yeah, what's going on?
All good, King. Another great topic. Another great question.
Mm-hmm.
This is
You wanna you wanna answer the
serious.
question?
Heck no, they're not prepared. We are not prepared, man, for 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 any type of drama, for any type of situation. People weren't prepared in New York for Sandy. You know, um, when a lot of these things happen, um, we realize we're not prepared because we rely on the system and the grocery stores that they're always going to have supplies. And, there's no real readiness on our side. Esau has always been on that place of, readiness because he know who he is, um, know the kind of wickedness that, you know, on that level, maybe they read the scriptures and trust in it more than we do. Because, when you look at Bunkerville, all of these billionaires got, their luxury bunkers. A lot of people have, you know, panic rooms. A simple thing like even a panic room, we don't even have in our places of dwelling. Um, Many of us don't even have candles and flashlights and simple things like that. Um, you know, how many of us have a real simple medicine kit? That can really sustain the whole family. So, in a lot of ways, the scripture tells us that certain things are going to happen, right? Jacob's trouble, perilous times, the beginning of woes, and we're not really ready for those things. We don't prepare um, for even buying water or stocking up on some foods and different things like that. So it is a hard thing. I mean, and you know, none of us who is here have ever lived through a war, right? World War One, Two was before our time, so we don't even have the experience of you know what happens how the supply chains are affected, you know, in terms of, everyday living and things like that. You know, no one knows what it's like to be in a situation of wartime. And of course, America has never had any war on her soil. You know, the war on America's soil was just an internal thing. But no other nation has come in on, to fight America on America's own soil. So we're definitely not ready. Um, but there's a lot of things we can do to try to be ready. You know, um, uh, FEMA has it on their website that, you know you should have at least 6 months of supplies of certain um, things available for yourself. You know, um, so if they're recommending that and they say 6 months, that means you need to have way more, right? But like I said, people were ready to kill each other for gas when Sandy happened in New York. The gas trucks weren't able to come in to deliver gas to the gas stations. People were lined up for 24 hours in their cars just waiting to get gas in their cars. And people got stabbed, fights, and all kind of chaos was happening just for gas for their cars. And you got to understand, if people are going to ready to kill you for gas for their cars, what are they going to do when it's time for food and water and the necessities that you need for life? If you got kids and all of these different things, you're going to, most people are going to do what they got to do. Um, you know, and I always kind of draw a reference to Noah. Noah was preaching about rain, but Noah was preparing himself. He wasn't just preaching. He was also preparing himself. He was stocking the ark with food and all of the necessary things that he needed for his family. You know, and we do the same thing. We preach, we teach, but are we on the line mindset of Noah? As we preach, we know destruction is going to come. We know Jacob's trouble is going to come. What are we going to do and have in place ready? And it's not that we're relying on these things to save us, but this is also where we use wisdom, right? We don't just preach, hey, there's going to rain, and we don't buy umbrellas. You know, we don't preach it's going to rain and we don't buy shoes that's not going to get wet, so our foot don't get wet. We just do the simple things that is necessary. Psalms, let me bring out a scripture real quick. If we go to Psalms 20, um, so I'll read from verse 6. Um, now know I that the Lord saveth his anointed, right? He will hear him from his holy heaven with the saving strength of his right hand. Some trust in chariots and some in horses, but we will remember the name of the Lord our God. They are brought down and fallen, but we are risen and stand upright. Save, Lord, let the King hear us when we call. Right? So, the Most High always tells us he's gonna save his anointed. He's not gonna leave you to perish with the wicked, to suffer the same things that the wicked suffer. When we call on him, he hears us, and he will hear us, and he always hears us. If you're righteous, if you're following his laws, if you're following his commandments, right? Because we know he doesn't hear sinners. So as everybody else is saying, we gotta, this is the time to really be serious. I mean, it's really important. Some people are trusting in what they have in the bank, who they know, what type of bunker they have or shelter they have. They're trusting in those things. They're trusting in their money and in their vehicles that they could go off road, and the stock of food and weapons that they have. Hey, if anybody come to my door, I got enough weapons to deal with it. Some people are trusting in those things, and those things is not um, what is going to save you. Is the Most High, and you know the angels that are encamped around them that fear the Most High. So this is the situation, and we definitely need to, you know, have things available. Especially if you got kids, man. The scripture tells you, "Woe unto them that give suck in those days." Pray that your flight is not on the Sabbath, and all of these different warnings we get. So there's a lot to go into in this topic. But I don't want to be long winded, so I'll yield right there, King.
I like to chime in.
So I use that. Who's that just said he like to chime in?
Oh, it was me. That was Daryl. I'm sorry about
Yeah,
that.
you supposed to go anyway, brother Daryl, and then we're gonna have the brother Hawad from Wi-Fi.
Okay, yeah, I'm at work. That's why, I'm at work. So, but yeah, the title, Are You Ready for World War III or an EMP? But, so like 2 years ago, I got a buddy. He's an Israelite. We're pretty good friends and everything. But he already rode, and he rode out about 3 years ago. When I went to Africa, that's where he went to, Ghana, West Africa. They had an association called the African American Association for Ghanaians. So, like, when we went to that association, I was surprised at the amount of Black Americans that are like, yo, man, what's going on? So, it's a large group of people that's already made that move. And after he made his move, what was ironic was COVID came and then they shut it down. Nobody could leave. So I was like, God damn, this seems like, so, I think they're going to cut that off at some point. I mean, you're not going to just be able to say, okay, well, let me leave now. I don't think it's going to, I think they're going to shut it down eventually. I mean, it's proof of it was with the COVID thing. Like, I mean, it's open now, but at some point they can turn that border off. And another thing, what they were saying about the gas lines and all of that type of stuff. When that comes, people, especially men with children, they going in people's houses. I mean, I already talked to quite a few. They gunned up. They don't have a lot of money, and they don't have enough money to stock up on all these things. So when these things happen, the first place they're going is homes. They going in the front door. So and if you don't have an AK or something to stop them, then they're gonna go in there, have their way, take whatever they need to take, and then they out. So it's people that's already looking at it this way. So I just wanted to add that because I heard you guys talking about it, and it's a lot of people that's already gone. They gone already. A friend of mine named Tracy, when I went over there with her, she started building her bed, and she's building a 5-bedroom. It's almost done. She got an apartment over there now, and all of the chiefs over there. When you do go over there, they excited and happy to try to sell land. Like, they offered me a plot of land, 700, and then there was a builder there because I'm interested in the container home. He said he could have it up in 2 weeks, 12.5, 12.5, and it had everything in it. I mean, anything you would want in your apartment over here, it would be over there. So, I did reach out and talk to a lot of the chiefs in different parts of West Africa and Ghana. And so that's what I was, that's what I'm looking at doing. I'm like, but it's a time thing. Like we don't have the time we think we have. I mean, it's at some point they're gonna pull the plug. But
And
I land, I land with that.
I
So
was gonna right after that's the reason why I asked the question. It's the same thing he said because I have a few friends. They went to Ghana. They left this country, and they were saying this at the when COVID first beginning. They said you need to come out of here. You don't know history. You need to leave this country. So my friend he went over to St. Vincent. Had a couple friends in Ghana. The same exact story. So if we know these things, and I was like, he's telling me to come out, and now that he said he closed the border, so I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh, okay, they closed it now because he said this would happen. I have another friend. She went back to St. Lucia. So it was like now I'm trapped. And I said, I can't. I said, I do want to leave here. But at the time, I was still on my job. I just recently retired. So I was wanting, like, it's the same thing he was saying. That's why I asked that question because they said, what's going to happen. You need to come out of her. And Ghana, like they said, it was giving money. There's a lot of African Americans coming, and they opened it in 2019. So, like I said, I have people that actually left and said, you got to come out of that place.
sister,
And
if you want to go to Ghana, go to Ghana. You know what I'm
yeah, I can't
saying?
now because they requiring us to have the shot.
Right. Well, then
Yeah.
don't worry about it. Then
Okay.
it's
Yeah.
it is what it is. The
Yeah.
Lord, he didn't put the spirit on you to leave, so you shouldn't be stressing about it. There's nothing you can do about it now. You know, it doesn't matter. Like I said before, and I'm gonna say it again. That's before I go into work. It doesn't matter where you are on the earth. You're going to be feeling affliction. You're going to be feeling the effects of Jacob's trouble, no matter where you are. All right, you're going to be dealing with something. They're going to be dealing with something in Ghana. All right, they're going to be dealing with something in all of those in Lucia. They're going to be dealing with things. All right, the same as what we are. The only real difference is that this place is going to get wiped off the face of the earth. Okay, that's the only difference. But the Lord is going to be delivering us out of this captivity with his hand. And to me, the brother Naquan from WFI, he just did a mighty breakdown. Like I want to be delivered from here because I want to be able to see the destruction of this place. I would rather, not be in those other places. When that ultimate destruction happens, I want to be a part of that number that gets delivered via the chariots. And that's the Lord's new name. That's the Lord's new fame. And we're a part of that. So, sis, don't worry about it. Don't stress out about it. Like you said, it's already closed. It ain't nothing you can do about it. So just, hope to endure to the end. With that, I yield.
Missiles gonna rain on
Con,
Ghana too. So, but
con.
Shalom,
What?
Akim
Yeah,
Yahbashim Yahushua Brakatah.
yeah, what you meant, Shabbat.
So I had
Somebody give me Psalms 34:7 real quick. If anybody can, give me Psalms 34:7. Yes, it's like the brother said, I mean, you got to really have that faith too, that the Most High going to deliver you from anywhere. I mean, that's what the scriptures say, man. So we got to understand that, you know what I mean? If anybody got Psalms 34:7,
I got you, Elder.
all right, gone.
The book of Psalms, chapter 34, verse 7. The angel of the Lord encampeth round about them that fear him,
The
and
Lord said,
delivereth them.
see that? The Lord said the angels encamp around those that fear him and deliver them. Okay, read that one more time, Shemaiah.
The angel of the Lord encampeth round about them that fear him,
Come
and
on.
delivereth them.
And delivers them from anything. So it's not, we don't really have to run out of America because we have faith that the angel is going to deliver us from anything that happens to us. It says he camp around those that fear the Lord. So that's what we got to do. We got to lock it and we got to have that faith. And also we got to, with faith is works. You know what I mean? So you got to do the works which prepare yourself in righteousness. But the main thing is that you got to have the fear of the Lord behind you so that them angels protect you. All right. Real quick, Shower Paul. You there? Shower Paul. Shower Paul. I guess he not there. All right. All right. With that, I yield.
I got a few precepts to back up with the saying. This is what the elder was saying. This is Acts chapter 12 and verse 5, and it reads, Peter therefore was kept in prison, but prayer was made without ceasing of the church unto God for him. And when Herod would have brought him forth, the same night Peter was sleeping between two soldiers, bound with two chains, and the keepers before the doors kept the prison. Right? So Peter was locked up in prison, and they had a close eye and a close watch on Peter with two soldiers. It says, verse 7, and behold, the angel of the Lord came upon him, and a light shined in the prison. And he smote Peter on the side and raised him up, saying, arise up quickly. And his chains fell off from his hands. And the angel said unto him, gird thyself and bind on thy sandals. And so he did, and he saith unto him, cast thy garment about thee and follow me. And he went out and followed him, and wist not that it was true, which was done by the angel, but though he saw a vision. Right? So you keep reading on, the angel guided Peter out of prison, took him all throughout the walls, broke him out of jail, even though two soldiers were watching. So don't matter if we're in Ghana, no matter Jacob's trouble happened, no matter when Esau come in like a flood, like a madman sparing none, right? When a dragon made war against a woman, hey, like the other was saying, hey, we're gonna have angels, Lord willing, if you fear the Lord, you'll have angels and can't run about you that'll get you out of any situation. Right? So we don't have to have any fear. And we don't fear that we have faith because the Lord has already proven himself to us. Right? The Lord had delivered us multiple times out of different captivities, out of different situations, out of in the face of death. The Lord delivered us, so we have faith that the Lord gonna deliver us again. And this is 2 Kings chapter 6, right? 2 Kings 6 and verse 14, and it reads, therefore saying he had the horses and chariots and a great host, and they came by night and compassed the city about. Right, so it's armies around Elisha. And it says, and when the servant of the man of Yahweh was risen early and gone forth, behold, and the host compassed the city both with horses and chariots. And his servant said unto him, at last, my master, how shall we do? And he answered, fear not, for they that be with us are more than they that be with them. So it's only Elisha and his servant, and he versus a whole army, and he wondering how they're going to be delivered. And Elisha told him, it's actually more of us than it is of the mighty host. And it says, and Elisha prayed and said, Lord, I pray thee, open his eyes that he may see. And the Lord opened the eyes of the young man, and he saw, and behold, the mountains was full of horses and chariots of fire round about Elisha. Right? So it was thousands and thousands, maybe millions of angels encamped around Elisha and his servant. And the servant just didn't have eyes to see. So we have to understand that there's a host of angels encamped round about us. You understand? No matter what happens, man. I got one more. This is First Maccabees 3 and 15. Boy, it's a lot more. But this First Maccabees 3 and verse 15. I'll start at 15. It says, so he made him ready to go up, and there went with him a mighty host of the ungodly to help him, and to be avenged of the children of Israel. And when he came near to the going of Betharon, Judas went forth to meet him with a small company, who when they saw the host coming to meet them, said unto Judas, how shall we be able, being so few, to fight against so great a multitude and so strong, seeing we are ready to faint with fasting all this day? Unto whom Judas answered, it is no hard matter for many to be shut up in the hands of a few, and with the God it is all one, to deliver with a great multitude or a small company. For the victory of battle standeth not in a multitude of an host, but strength cometh from heaven. Right? So the strength is going to come from the Yahweh Shah and the angels. Verse 20, they come against us in much pride and iniquity to destroy us and our wives and children and to spoil us. And I heard a brother mention earlier how, woe to them that get sucked in the last days, and you got children and wives. Hey, this was just going into verse 21. But we fight for our lives and our laws, wherefore the Lord himself will overthrow them before our face. And as for you, be ye not afraid of them. Right? And with that I yield.
Con, can I read a scripture? Can we get to the host? Could we get Matthew's
Go ahead,
24?
Daryl. You can pull it up. Yes, I'll pull it up and you can read it, okay?
Okay, all right. In the book of Matthew's 24, beginning at 29. It says, immediately after the tribulations of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the power of the heavens shall be shaken. And then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in the heavens. And then shall all the tribes of the earth moan, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great might. And he shall send his angels, there it is, and he shall send his angels with a great sound of the trumpet, and they shall gather together his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to another. God will get his people out of here. Shalom. And I'm quiet.
Con, con, all praises. Uh, that's very true, man. But understand, family. Not every one of us is going to be on the chariots in that level. I mean, the scripture tells us that many of us have to suffer in terms of our life even being be taken. You know, um, maybe I shouldn't even go there because that might scare some people. But um, yeah, many of us have to die and will die in this truth. So yeah, anyone else on the stage and chime in yet?
Salaki.
Go ahead, King.
Shalom, shalom to Israel. Yahweh Bashem, Yahweh Shah Barakatham. Double honors to all the elders that's on the stage. And all praise to the Most High, Yahweh, why Yahweh Shai. Khan, I want to say, to answer the question of the room, um, are so-called Black, Native American, Hispanics ready for World War III or an EMP? To answer that question directly and truthfully and honestly, I don't think we're ready. I really don't think we're ready. As far as the physical aspect of it, I don't think we're ready. Uh, we're starting to wake up at this point. And for me, I watch a lot of these sci-fi movies, alien invasions. I look at a lot of these movies that you have to try to survive, or groups of people are trying to survive, like 100, 4400, all of these different type of movies like that. And I put myself in that mindset. What would I do if this was to happen in real life? And it's coming. It's coming. It's definitely coming. The world stage and the prophecy state that is coming. All of you listening, you better be listening good, because this is getting ready to go down. The end of the world is getting ready to happen, and uh, those things I kind of ponder on and try to find ways. There's been a lot of good comments by the people that's been on the stage so far. The Faraday bags and whatnot, trying to gather land and food, and being prepared with the bug out bag and so forth and so on. I ponder all that stuff, and we should really take this seriously. And Mahalal, all praise to what he was saying. Uh, we need to be prepared spiritually first. You know, a lot of us are getting on the carnal level and looking at it from the carnal aspect, but spiritually, we need to be prepared. And a lot of us, even in the truth, we're really not prepared for that. And you can look at our ancestors and take note from them. You know, you had the Israelites being saved from Egypt. And the first thing they did as soon as they got out of Egypt and was in the wilderness, they started crying and looking back towards Egypt. That was a show of lack of spiritual fortitude. We need to be spiritually grounded, 10 toes down, wholeheartedly, mind, soul, and body into this truth, and understand that the Most High, through his son Yahweh Shai, will deliver if we have the faith. And that is the part
that's kind of shaky for a lot of us, and that's why I say we're not. I don't think we're really ready. I'm gonna bring out a couple of scriptures to to give you some hope and understanding of what I'm saying. Psalms 37 and verse 39 and 40. Last two verses. It reads. It says, "But the salvation of the righteous." See, the salvation of the righteous. That goes back to all of what we're bringing out on the streets, on the classes, on the YouTubes, trying to wake our people up to who they are, who we are, who's our king, who's guiding us, who we should trust in. It says, but the salvation of the righteous is of Yahweh. So to be righteous, that's what we got to seek. We have to seek to be righteous because that's who Yahweh is going to come and get, right? Just like the brother just stated. 2/3 just not going to make it. Well, are you a part of that 2/3? Do you put your faith and trust in Yahweh and in His Word as Israelites are waking people up all across the country, around the world, bringing out this truth? Do you really recognize that you're Israelite? That's for the Christianity and the 2/3. They're not recognizing this. I think a brother earlier, he said he came out of the church and he's got influence with some of the preachers on a high level. Those jokers are too proud to admit, hey, I've been going off and I've been teaching off all these years, and now I need to bring the people back. This brother, he recognized that. And all praises for that. He has power, he has influence. We need to get our people to first understand we are in this Bible. This Bible is strictly for Israelites, and it's a pathway and a guide to get us out of these situations that we're talking about, that we see coming forth. It says, but the salvation of the righteous is of Yahweh. He is their strength in the time of trouble. This is the hope that I'm trying to bring to you right now. Yahweh is our strength. But first you have to be righteous to receive that strength of Him. This was a problem with our ancestors throughout history. They would give praise and honor to Yahweh. Then they would look at the world and go back into the world. And they would, when he put that thing on them, the sword and the captivities to come down, they'll pray back to Yahweh. He'll hear their prayer, he'll bring them out. Then they go right back into it. Some of us, we walking on shaky ground on all levels, in relationships, in our relationship with Yahweh, with our relationship with Yahweh. And we're walking on shaky ground. First, we have to get spiritually correct, right? It says, verse 40, and Yahweh shall help them and deliver them. See, if we're righteous and we're trying to truly be righteous, following these laws, statutes, commandments, keeping the faith in Yahweh, following His example, those are the people that's going to be delivered. So all that carnal stuff we won't have to really worry about. All right. It says, deliver them. He shall deliver them from the wicked and save them because they trust in Him. See, do we really trust Him? You got to ask ourselves. You got to look in the mirror. I have to do this every single day, looking at myself. Yes, I'm trying to bring out the word. Yes, I understand I'm an Israelite, but am I really, really trusting? Because when that time comes, if you really think about it, you watch these zombie movies, you watch all of these movies where the world is ended, atomic bombs went off, nuclear explosion, and people have to go and try to survive. You think about that, sisters. You're not going to have that easy life. You got to think about it. You're going to be living out in the woods. You're gonna be dealing with this stuff. So your faith and your righteousness is gonna have to be on the prime. You're gonna have to be looking at that first. A lot of us right now on this call, If everything was to shut down right now, I would give you, most of us, I would give you, if you hadn't already started preparing, only a week. Some of us a couple of days, and it's a wrap. It's a wrap. That's just the bottom line to that. I was in the military. I've been in law enforcement. I know all of the tactical moves. I know how to move and what to prepare for. A lot of us are not prepared for that. It goes down today, you may last a week or two. Some of us got it better. We may last a little longer. So I wanted to leave that with the people to give some type of understanding. In me looking at this and pondering this, and this is a good topic for the room and for the people, a very good topic. So it gives you time to weigh in on this thing and think about it. I've often thought it would be nice to have Israelites in different pockets of the land to have their own land. Uh, People gathering, buying seeds. You can buy seeds for food, buy seeds in packets, something light that you can carry with you from place to place as you traveling, going from place to place. Because when we look at our ancestors, that's what they did. They moved through the wilderness. They wasn't in just one place. They moved from place to place. They had to. It was on the move. Most High was leading them. So we have to be in that mindset as well. We have to be in that mindset. I always say this. I say, you know what? I'm gonna stock up, got my weapons, got everything I need. But I get to thinking about it. How long is that gonna last? Somebody coming trying to take my crib or my house where I'm at, and I start blasting, right? How long is that gonna last? I can't carry all these bullets and weapons with me from place to place when I have to move. We have to be thinking about these things. We have to come together collectively, and we have to, like as Zechariah 11:5 say, get 11 Zechariah 1 and 2, gather yourselves together, right? That's what we need to do. And this is a good conversation to have for all of us in Israel, that we need to be thinking about gathering together and then putting our collective thoughts together to come out of this. I'm going to give one more scripture to give some kind of perspective to what I just said. Um, Proverbs chapter 6. Proverbs chapter 6, and I'm going to start at verse 4. It says, give not sleep to thine eyes, nor slumber to thine eyelids. Deliver thyself as a roe from the hand of the hunter, and as a bird from the hand of the fowler. See, this is letting you know you need to be woke. You need to be woke. Our righteousness as children of Israel is through these scriptures, right? We need to be woke and consciously focused on the Most High, and be prepared to spiritually move throughout this trouble, right? It says, um, the hunter, which we know as these other nations, they've already been hunting us, and we've been trying to get along, to go along. We've been trying to be equal. No, we can't be looking at it like that. We got to change our mindset. We got to be looking at this thing on a spiritual level and know that we have that power through Yahweh, that he's going to bring us, and we got to trust in that he's going to bring us through all of this, right? Verse 6, it says, go to the ant. And this is pay attention to this. It says, go to the ant, thou sluggard, consider her ways and be wise. Now I look at Animal Kingdom. I like looking at that stuff too. What does the ant do? The smallest creature, one of the smallest creatures on the planet. And they go from place to place. They have their colonies. They're gathered together. And what do? Throughout their life? They going out getting food and bringing it back, and they're storing it up. That's what our ancestor did. Joseph, he taught the Egyptians how to do that, right? We got to be thinking like this. It says, verse 7, which having no guide, overseer, or ruler, provideth her meat in the summer and gathereth her food in the harvest. This is what they're busybodies. They're going about their everyday life, and they're preparing themselves. And we have to do the same thing, and we have to do it under auspice of Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahweh Shai, right? How long wilt thou sleep, O sluggard? When wilt thou arise out of thy sleep? And see, that's what we're all trying to do, is bring everybody up out of their sleep. We are the chosen people. We are God's inheritance. We are the Most High's inheritance. And Yahushua came to bring us all back together, pursuant to Ezekiel 37. You understand? He came to bring us back together, open our eyes, and get us to believe, to have faith, and repent mentally, spiritually from this wicked kingdom into the kingdom and the glorious kingdom, in hopes that we may get into the true kingdom and take this power back. You understand? So it's a lot of things we must consider. And in my vision, I would always say, man, it would be nice to get several big pieces of land, and Israelites go undercover. That way when the chariots come, they'll know exactly where the Israelites are. Then we could sustain ourselves. We could work together and build. We can work together and harvest and plant. We can work together and secure our families amongst each other. That we would be true Israelites, just like our forefathers when they were in the wilderness. But we got to do it first spiritual. We got to be spiritually connected, and we got to be in this word, and we got to understand it. We got to believe it, and we got to trust it with all our heart, soul, and mind. And we got to do those things that's required of us, following the simple laws into the deepest laws, keeping the feast days, keeping gathering together, hearing this word, praying, fasting, doing all the things that's necessary. And we got to trust that that's going to save us, because that's what the word just said in Psalms 37, that the righteous, that's who he's going to save. And I'm going to land my plane with that. I don't want to be long, but the water for the brothers for letting me come up on the stage. Shalom.
Slovakia.
May I speak?
The sister said Shalakia.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Well, Mahalab, and Yakim Yah pretty much took everything I was gonna say, but I will answer the question. Are we prepared? Absolutely not. As far as my household, we've we've we're doing what we can. We have a bunch of food that's set aside. We have clothes. We have water. We have a bunch of cleaning supplies, stuff like that. We have all that stuff, but none of that really matters if our spirits are not ready for this. None of that really matters if we're not constantly keeping the commandments and rehearsing the righteous acts. So, yeah, I've got a hand cranked radio. I plan on getting stun guns because I don't believe in guns because I'm scared of them. But I mean, at the end of everything, we have to know in our hearts, with our minds, that the Lord is going to have our backs in this. If we keep on trying to live a righteous life the way He dictates our righteousness to be, we have to have the faith to know that He'll get us through. And I deal with that.
Sis, you live alone?
No, I live with my cousin and her husband,
Okay,
but I'm not
okay.
married. So.
There's a few sisters who are strapped and know how to use that thing. So you say you're afraid of it. I mean, I would say it's not a bad idea to get training and learn, so you're not afraid of it. I'm not saying you need to like have a whole lot of stuff hidden in your house or nothing like that. But you should be, you know how to protect yourself if necessary. And many times you have to get right up on a person based on the type of stun gun you have to use it. So all of these things you have to consider. Um, and this is something for all females. Um, the stun guns and things like that. They have so many different types, but if you live in a state that allows you to carry, definitely you should go and take some lessons, man. Especially if you're not comfortable around it, you don't know how to use it. You know, at least be able to know how to use it and get comfortable, so you're not scared when you see one, and you know how to take it off for safety and all of these different types of things. That's basic stuff.
And my cousin, who through God introduced me to the truth, he tells me this all the time. He has his wife. She has her gun, or she's about to get her gun. I forget which one is which, but I hear it all the time. It's just that with me, okay. I'm gonna be honest. I'm clumsy as all hell. So, so the fact of me with a gun, yeah, I just know I'd be one of them ones to end up shooting my own doggone self before I ask
That's
somebody
funny.
else.
I hear you, sis. You stun gun, you probably stun yourself as well. So if your sister-in-law is, you said it's your sister-in-law or your
Cousin
cousin-in-law,
Robert, yeah.
yeah, if she's going and she's, go with her. Just be in the environment. You might be surprised. You know, um, do you iron your clothes?
Yes.
Do you burn yourself all the time?
No.
Okay, there you go. That's more dangerous than a gun. So yeah, definitely, man. Definitely go and try to learn at least.
I know all the men I've talked to, they're like, "Girl, you gotta get you a gun, 'cause it's that time." And I know, just it's just something I gotta work myself up to.
Okay, con. Yeah. There was a brother who just wanted to say something just now. Did he leave the stage?
No,
Sure
I'm
did.
here. I'm here.
Oh yeah, go ahead, King.
Yeah, shalom, shalom. I just want to say, man, our sister was asking earlier, should we go, like, leave America? And I've been hearing, this about Ghana for a while now. People talking about going back to Ghana and all this. But I don't know if, people really realize, like, what's going on in Ghana. Yeah, on the surface, it looks good, looks nice and all that. But you have to understand, like, the geopolitics that's going on in the world right now. With, like, China is building their infrastructure and pretty going to have those guys subjugated over there after a while, because they're going to be so far in debt with China that they won't possibly be able to pay their way out of it. And not only are they building the infrastructure in China, they're sending over their workers to build it. And so, well, with that being said, uh, they are gaining. China is gaining a lot of political and financial influence over there, and it's just part. I don't want to be long-winded, but if you do a little research on it, you can kind of start putting the pieces together on how it's just another. Uh, Ghana has won their independence from Great Britain. Now here comes the next country to come in and exploit, the people of Africa, and that's exactly what's going on now. And so you start understanding the judgments of Moab and Ammon, and see that destruction is coming to them too. So, and that's soon to be part of their uh, territory, so or colonization. So that's just something to think about also, and that's why the brother was bringing out that when the Bible talks about come out of her is really talking about mentally and spiritually. And I just want to bring out one precept and I get out the way. It's I don't know if anybody brought this out already. I'm driving, so give me 1 second to pull it up. It's 1 John chapter 2, verse 15 and 16. It says, love not the world, neither things that are in the world. If any man love the world, the love of the Father is not in him. For all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh and the lust of the eye and the pride of life is not of the Father, but is of the world. So just being entangled with this culture, with this ideology, with the thought system, the mentality of this beast, man. If you caught up in that, then when destruction does come, your heart will fail, because all your comforts of life and your way of life is going to be so dramatically changed that you're gonna be dismayed, and if you're part of this system, man, it's gonna be tough on you. So it's just best to come on up out of her, hold on to these law, statutes, commandments, and just get ready. And I land my plane with that.
Con. Yeah, what you said about China is true, man. China is really, you know, going into a lot of these African countries and lending them money that they definitely can't pay back. And the stipulation for a lot of that is that, hey, if you can't pay it back, well, just give me this, give me this and give me access to that. And they're literally kind of taking over a lot of these African countries. And some of these countries, the whole police station, including the chief of police, is Chinese. There's some of these countries you can't even go into a lot of these restaurants that's owned by Chinese. They're saying no Africans allowed in their own country. They can't go into certain restaurants because that's how much political power China holds in a lot of these countries. And when they do a lot of these projects, like you said, yeah, they're shipping their own people over because China has, like, one of the largest armies, number one, because of the policies they had put in place years ago. Um, they overpopulated with men, because you were only allowed to have one child, and they wanted that child to be male. So they're trying to ship a lot of these men all over the, African continent right now. And yeah, they're taking it over. So that's literally what's happening right now, man. It's all political. The gifts that they're so-called giving to these African countries and the corporation that they're trying to, say they're just trying to help. No, it's all political. So running to these African countries is not going to save you or help you, man. The righteous run into the Most High, man. He's a strong tower, and the righteous run into him, and they are saved. They don't run into Africa and get saved. They don't run to Esau and get saved. They don't run to any other nation and get saved. You got to run to him. He's the strong tower.
Like China, they have a military base in the country right there in the Horn of Africa. I can't think of the name of the country. I believe it's close to Ghana though, but yeah, they have a military base over there. And Ghana, they defaulted, on their debt about a little over a decade ago, and they had to get, like, they were forgiven, for some of their debt, and now doing the same thing. They're repeating themselves with China, and it's not going to be nice. It's not going to be pretty, man. The geopolitics that's going on behind the scenes, especially with what's going on with Ukraine. And so if that pops off, that's going to open the door for China to do what it wants with Taiwan. And so, what is America going to do? And how safe is our border? And how safe are the people that's over there in Africa that can be caught up in this world war? Because at that point, it would definitely be a world war. So it's no escaping, man. There's no escaping the Most High's judgment.
Con. Yeah, they did a project in Kenya, a railroad station. And all of these African countries have defaulted on the loans that were given to them, right? So that's the purpose of it. They know that they're going to default. It's like giving a child, a Mercedes or a car to drive and saying, don't crash it, but if you crash it, there's going to be penalties. So they know these countries, they're going to crash. And that's the purpose, so that they can go in and say, okay, give me access to here. I want this land, and I want this type of political representation. And yeah, so they have no choice. That's the whole thing, that what they're doing. But and in reference to America's borders, I'm not concerned about America's borders. You know, we know that this is the last woe. So Israel is like, hey, bring it on. I mean, this is the doors we have to go through to get out of Babylon, man, to get out of this captivity. So I'm not concerned that America's borders is safe or not safe, or America has gone and done so many wicked stuff in other people's countries. So as um, Malcolm X says, the cock has come home to roost, or whatever he had said. This is what it is, man. You know, things are going to come back that is going to affect America, and that's it. That's what it is.
Salakia,
Go ahead, sis.
shalom to everyone. Yabashim Yashai Barakatai Sharon.
Shalom, sis.
Shalom. So to answer to the question on the topic of the room, definitely we are not ready as a people. We're not ready at all, and it doesn't even seem like we want to be ready. We're still so busy being caught up with the ways of this world. Even us that are in the truth, we're still saying, we're trying to be ready. The sister made a good point when she said that we have to be spiritually ready. Yes, we have to be totally, totally, totally awakening to this truth, to this lust that is in commandments, knowing that this is the light. This is what we must hold on to for us to move forward. And then those of us that are in the world just caught up in just this obliviousness. We don't know anything about I'm just going to group everybody together now. We don't know anything about what's around us. We don't know anything about how to farm. We don't know anything about foraging. We don't know anything. We don't have plans of escape, routes of escape. We don't know who to meet when something happens. We don't know any of this stuff. We just here. Day in and day out. We're doing this. We're doing that. I for myself, I have been. I need to, I'm starting off with the basics, which I know. And the basics for me would be for me to, stop being afraid. I found out that the only person, the scripture says, the only person, the Most High didn't give us the spirit of fear. So the only person that I'm really gearing myself up to be afraid of is Yahweh. I'm trying to shed myself of being afraid of this society, the government, the cops, and all this kind of stuff. Because those fear right there, kind of like handicap us to the point where we don't know how to do anything. We're so afraid of him instead of being afraid of the Most High. So I know that the only thing I got to be worried about is the Most High. And he hasn't given me that spirit of fear. So that means that I need to learn a lot of stuff. I need to be able to face danger head on. If it's coming at me, I got to do something. I'm just not going to sit up in here and wait for it to come. That means learning how to use my weapon. Go buy weapon, spend your money and buy weapon, and learn how to use the weapon. get yourself out into the surroundings, walk around and try to figure out what you have around. I'm talking about, in terms of food, because it's going to come a time when there is not going to be food, or when you're not going to be able to find, go out and to the store and stuff like that. Do you know what's around you? Do you know what kind of vegetables you can find out in the backyard? In the trail, do you know what kind of food you can collect? You don't know. So I'm pushing myself into doing stuff like that. Learn the foods around me. Learn how the fruits that I buy from the store, or the vegetables I buy from the store. If I do those, the seeds, I'm collecting them and I'm saving them for later on, because I don't know what's going to happen. I started planting. I'm learning how to plant in the house. I don't have to wait, for the summer for that to happen. I can do that now. So many things that we can get ourselves involved into learning how to be self-sufficient, where you don't need it. So when stuff happens, you can still help yourself, either in the wilderness or wherever it is that you go. Wherever you run to, you have to go to another city, you have to go to another state, you have to hide in a shed, whatever it is. I'm learning those things. And I think Israel needs to get themselves involved in the basics, men learning how to come together with the women, and we all come together, have some kind of plan, how to escape, where to go, stuff like that. Who is in your neighborhood as an Israelite? How can come and meet, come get contacted, in touch with them? How you guys can come together and say, okay, this is what we're going to do, this is where we're going to go, and this is how we're going to go about it. You're in the neighborhood, can we come together and learn how to do stuff? It's just a whole lot of stuff that we can do that we're not doing. And I see that, but the first step to all of this is knowing who you are, knowing what you're supposed to be doing, which is following this law, statutes, and commandments, and then letting the Most High guide you. Fear not. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Just go out there. If you have to start watching all these scary movies to get you prepared, do so. I know it's not easy. I mean, there was a time I was in Nigeria. After I was staying here, I had went to Nigeria to visit, and my friend was driving me somewhere, and then I had seen this accident. The man was driving, and he kind of like flipped the car over, and they didn't have they didn't have their seatbelts on, and the woman got thrown to one side, and the man got thrown into the expressway. And as soon as he got thrown in the expressway, a car came and ran over his head. I've never seen stuff like that before, and I see in movies that when people see stuff like that, they gag and almost want to throw up. That was my first time of experiencing such a thing. My stomach turned so hard that I actually thought I was going to throw up. But these are things that is going to come to me. These are things that has happened before to our people. How a pregnant woman gets her stomach cut up, and then they put a cat in her. That's gross. That's scary. That's really bad. So we got to prepare our minds, because these things are going. If this is just what we're seeing today, it's nothing. And what has gone before, yeah, that's a lot, but it's coming again. So we really, really have to wake up and get ourselves ready. Fear not, and just rely on Yahweh and do your part. I yield.
God,
Exactly.
go ahead,
Our
King.
our people, our people are not even ready for EPMD. You know what I'm saying? They're not even ready for EPMD album.
God,
Let alone the EMP. Jay gonna be finished when they can't charge their phone. Jay gonna go crazy. That's gonna be the worst thing. Jake rather have the phone than food, man. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, Jake ain't ready, man. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna tell y'all like this, cause I fell asleep a little bit. I don't know if y'all said it, but that's why y'all gotta have 7 day tabernacles, man. That's that 7 day tabernacle. It gives you a feeling, and the thought. It gives you the thought frame of that you can do it. You know what I'm saying? When you out there in the wilderness, and you're using generators and you're using certain things, you know what I'm saying? The cook, the fire, and all of that.
You know what I'm saying? Outside, going to sleep in a tent. It gives you some form of training. Goddamn thugs, man. It gives you some form of training. So keep that in consideration, man. Don't have no damn weekend dev Feast of Tabernacles. Make sure you do the 7 days, man. Prep. You know what I'm saying? That's why I think the Most High gave us that thing, especially now in these later times. Everybody's getting into that spirit. You know what I mean? Of that tabernacling. So get out there, man. You know what I'm saying? Get out there and try to get a feel for it, because a lot of Jake, man, Jake ain't never spent a night. Well, not every Jake, but a lot of Jake ain't never spent a night outside their house, man. You know, you got to get that motion, man. Get that feeling, get that spirit. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel a couple brothers with me outside. You know what I'm saying? That went out and did it this year. I think a couple of brothers and sisters can do it with me in the wilderness, man. You know what I'm saying? And I'm looking forward to living outside. I ain't got to pay no more damn mortgage. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, Jake ain't ready for EPMD. Eric Sherman and Paris Smith, all right, they not even ready for
God,
that.
God,
I,
God. They get
Like I
ready for
wanted to say something too,
EPMD.
brother. I just
Go
wanted to
ahead,
say,
sis.
a lot of stuff, like I was saying, but a lot of people don't even the EM. What is it? Let me see. The EMP. I don't think a lot of people have heard about it, let alone know what it means. And they're not even trying to come and sit down, be patient, and listen, so you can learn. You can know what these things are. You can know how to protect yourself against it. So a lot of stuff are out there. People don't know. They don't know a damn thing about anything. I just wanted to say that. Throw out.
Um,
Con.
can I say something?
Sure, go ahead, King.
Well, I was listening to what the sister said. A lot of people don't know what these bombs are. See, they look at these foreigners and think that they can't touch us over here. North Korea don't have to get over here to do anything. They just have to send one of these nukes over our atmosphere and explode it. Once that happens and everything shut down and shut off, we will become our very own enemy. We're going to kill ourselves from the inside. And only those that's following the law, statute, and commandment, I believe God going to allow us to gather together. We're going to start gathering together, and we are going to be trusting in God and getting through this, because God is going to bring us through it. But a lot of people got this misunderstanding that they think we got to physically go down and fight these people one on one. That's not the way it's going to be. They're going to explode stuff in areas that's going to just shut this country down, and we're going to implode from the inside, fighting and destroying one another. And I know there's a scripture that talks about a man in the city. He's going to look to see another man. One man to 10 minutes to a city. I can't pull it up, not at this time while I'm moving around. But it's going to be like a time never seen before, the scripture talks about. So if you think, I heard the brother say you got to be spiritually ready and physically ready. You're going to have to know. You're going to have to know the Most High. He's going to have to speak to you. He's going to have to be talking to you. You're going to have yourself together, because no matter what you try to prepare for moving, this whole world is under judgment. You can go to Africa, you can go to anywhere, Timbuktu, you can do whatever you want to do. This whole world is coming under judgment, and when it happens, it is going to affect everybody. Now, I can respect folk that wants to go here and wants to go there, and they're trying to lighten the load. But let me tell you something: these native countries, they know their people, and they'll see you in there, and they know you from America. They're coming after you. So it's not a safe place outside of the Most High. There's no safe place. You have to have the Most High, and you have to prepare yourself ahead of time. And like the elder said, you got to be ready to move. You can't just be locked down in one place. According to these scriptures, we're gonna be traveling. We're gonna be moving. We can't stay in one area. Other people got guns too. You saving food and saving up stuff. You should do that, but just know that other people are hungry who didn't do that, and they're coming for your stuff. So you got to have a strategy of putting stuff in different areas and knowing where your source of food at, and knowing where your source of water at, and knowing where you're traveling to. Because most people don't know what it's like to walk down the street when there's no lights nowhere. And see, I live out here in the country on large acres, but just to get out of my area of where I live, I got to walk 8 miles to the nearest highway. So it's going to be things like that. And if you're in the city, you just imagine what these folk are doing and how they're living now. What they're going to start doing when there's no food, no water, no policemen, uh, they're going to go stone crazy. They're going to ravage houses, ravage women. All of this stuff is coming. It's about to happen. We got to prepare ourselves. And if we don't come together, if we don't prepare ourselves, then we're going to be left out in the cold. I heard the brother say some folk don't know what it's like to be outside for a day or so. That's so true. They don't know. They don't know how to survive. And what do you do? When you in New York and you walking around in the woods of New Jersey and you moving around and man it is 2 below 0 or it's gonna be a freeze coming in. Well, what do? Most people not gonna make it, man. I heard the prophet say most of them not gonna make it. He's right. Most of them not gonna make it. He said I give you a week. I heard him say I give some of them a week. He's right. Some of them not gonna make it. Their pressure gonna go up. Pressure gonna go down. Folks sick, weak, coughing, the elderly, pregnant. You got to look at all of this stuff. There's no place outside of the Most High that you're going to be able to make this thing. And I land my plane.
Con, con. Serious times, you know. Ukraine, Russia, China, America, you know. War in the east, war in the west, war up north, war down south. You know, the scripture you were looking for, I believe what you were quoting, let me bring it out. And if you want to go into it, King, you could break it down. 2nd Ezra 15. A man shall desire to go into a city and shall not be able. For because of their pride, the cities shall be troubled, the houses shall be destroyed, and men shall be afraid. A man shall have no pity upon his neighbor, but shall destroy their houses with the sword, and spoil their goods, because of the lack of bread, and for great tribulation. I'm not sure if that's the one you were calling before, King.
That's what I'm looking for. You see, martial law is going to be something that come in existence. And while they're doing the martial law and blocking off, you think you're going to be able to go in these places, go in those places, you're going to be blocked off. And then the places you're at and trying to hang in, folk going to be breaking in houses. Breaking in for what? Food. You got to ask yourself the question. You walking down the street, you, your wife, and your 3 children, and they're hungry and starving, and your baby crying, and you get to a house. Don't tell me you won't break in that house and try to get some food for your baby. You're going to do that. And then you've got folk that don't have no morals. They're going to rape, ravage women. It is going to be like a time never seen before. And we can't play with this. We have to know that this is going to happen and start preparing ourselves because this is going to happen, people. It's going to happen. And you can't, you're wondering, I keep saying, I'll say it again, they don't have to come over here. Once these bombs hit the atmosphere and explode, all electronics going to go out. The grid is going down. Your cell phone will not work. We experienced that during Katrina. Trying to get out of there. We calling loved ones, calling folk, my people they're scattered all over the world, all over the country. You know, but we're still living. We're doing fine now. But what I'm saying is you can't call out. That's going to kill a lot of them right there. When their cell phone go down and they can't make that call, To brother man them, there it's over right then and there. And then when they get in their whip and try to drive, it's not starting, and they got to walk or get a bicycle and ride. Man, no, we're not prepared. Elders, we're not prepared. We're not prepared. I'm telling you, these brothers on this line, they're mouthpieces, and God is speaking through these brothers. They're crying out and trying to let us know we got to get ourselves together. And I'm quiet.
Yeah, Salakia. You said a bicycle. Um, that's something that everybody should have in their house.
Mm.
My first elder Harag taught us that. Um, you know, um, we all had to get bikes before the Y2K scare, because that's what he was saying. He never taught that year 2000 garbage doctrine, but he always said, you don't know if the computers go down, and they if the computers go down, you ain't gonna have no cars. You ain't gonna be able to pump no gas. So he said, make sure everybody have a bicycle in their house. Get a couple of what's it called, inner tubes for the wheels, in case you pop your joint. Make sure you get a pack of patches. Have some patches on deck, because it's gonna come to that, and you need to travel. It's better on bike than on foot. You know what I'm saying? So, and a bike don't need none of that electricity. So keep that in mind. Always have a bicycle on deck, not a motorcycle, not a moped. All right, a bicycle. Make sure y'all all have one on deck.
Con.
Khan,
Hey, may I say something, brother?
Khan, go ahead. Answer the question to the room.
No, most definitely. I'm in the matrix. I ain't getting no service. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah. No, we're not ready at all. And it's great points brothers and sisters brought out. Hey, I believe it's in the book of Josephus, where during 70 AD, where the brothers just got through talking, how they're gonna be ravaging the houses, and Jake gonna be out there doing all kind of stuff. So I don't know if one of you brothers know where that's at in Josephus, what was going on during the siege is gonna be 10 times worse than that. So if brothers and sisters not prepared today, hey, most I be with you. Even if you ain't got a weapon, and this might sound strange, like the brother said, get the bikes, get you a nail gun. They got these tanks, air pressure containers where you ain't got to plug up. You go right up under the nail gun. You see the roofers using them all the time. Get your nail gun. That'll back a person off you real quick, and it's real silent. That's all I want to say. I'm just listening. I'm on this road, brother. Hey, the water.
Khan, and plus you could fix your house with that too. Get it? You can do repairs and you can defend. It's multi-purpose. God, all praises, man.
Hey, that nail gun ain't no joke. You guys check it out. Go to Home Depot. Yo, I'm telling you.
No, yeah, I know. Yeah, they got. I don't know how strong the battery operated ones are. You know,
God, all praises. We're gonna do a quick reset of the room. All right. Welcome to your kosher breakfast, hot off the skillet. All right. This is Crown of Thorns, an affiliate of the House of Israel congregation. Please share the room. On the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, you will see the arrows going around. Click on that and share the room, all right, to your social media platforms. All right, the topic of today's room is, are the Israelites, the so-called blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans, ready for World War III or EMP, right? If you have anything to add to the conversation and to the build, please raise your hand, come up to the stage, and add to the conversation. It's been a great room. These are topics that we need to talk about. We do understand there are certain things that we can't really bring up here because we got, people that are against us as a nation. But in general, we want to touch up on at least the scripture end of things and just basic things that we can do to prepare ourselves. All right. Please raise your hands, come up to the stage, and be part of the conversation. All right. Also, follow the room. Click on the greenhouse above our head. All right, and actually follow the room so that way when we set up rooms like this again, you will get the notification. Also, follow the moderators and everybody on stage. Also, follow yourselves in the audience. Um, and also, Tawada for everybody for their input on stage. Tawada for the brothers bringing out the scriptures, bringing out the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. But with that, I'm gonna go ahead and yield to the stage. If anybody else have anything else to add on, also follow the God First Gang room, the Versus Gang, also Sakari Daga House, Sons of Thunder. All right, these are all the platforms that are affiliated with us and Ram Gadar. Okay, but with that, I'm gonna yield to the stage. Hey, Yaron, Shalom, welcome to the stage. Y'all about we got to answer the topic.
Hey, shalom, everybody. No, I don't think we ready, man. But I just want to add like some, like, I don't know. I just got here, so I don't know what's been brought out. But man, there's ways that we could be hustling right now, man. Stuff like DoorDash and all that. Man, use them tools to buy y'all ammo. It's very expensive. You know what I'm saying? But that's a quick little hustle that you can use, like I do, man, and go get your ammo game up. Because you don't need it. Like I know for a fact, man, like Esau them, they kind of prepared, but you know, we know the Most High got us, man, but we still need to be prepared ourselves. But you can look it up on YouTube, man. These heathens is out here building shotguns out of pipe. You know what I'm saying? So go look it up. Go learn from them. You can learn a lot from a dummy. You know, but let's get prepared, man, because it's coming down the pipeline real quick. But that's all I wanted to add, King.
John.
Uh, yeah, Salakia, man. If you can, man, try to go camping as much as possible and try to use less electronics as possible if you can afford to do so. You know what I'm saying? Even if you don't, if you can't go outside, like to a park or whatever, go in your backyard if you got a backyard. Try to prepare the same way we fast, preparing, being able to prepare ourselves to go without food. Of course, not only by starving our spirit and our flesh, you know what I mean, and fighting the flesh like that, but also prepare yourself to fight your flesh and everything being so easy at the palm of your hands by going outside, man. Go buy some firewood if you live in the city, or go to the park, look for some branches that's on the floor or whatever. Pick some branches up, pick some sticks up. Not on the Sabbath. Don't pick up the sticks on the Sabbath. I hope y'all learn y'all lesson from the scriptures. But go get some sticks. Try to sleep outside a couple times if you got a backyard, or if you around some brothers. You know what I mean? Y'all can link up. Around some sisters and go get yourself a little tent and be able to start practicing. You know what I'm saying? Start practicing. Learn how to put up a tent, damn it. You know what I'm saying? A lot of y'all don't know how we see it every time we tabernacling. Niggas don't know how to put up a tent. You know what I'm saying? So go learn how to put up a tent. Try to get a pop up tent a lot easier. The pop up tent's a lot easier, a lot more they're durable and they're a lot more they're less of a headache. But these are things that we gotta practice, man. Our people don't, we like fish out of water when it come to that. Certain brothers got more experience than others. Certain sisters got more experience than others. But as a whole, we don't know what it is to be outside like that. So just keep that in mind, Israel. And practice makes perfect, damn it. But you gotta put some time out for that. You know what I mean? Instead of going to the bar, going to the club, you know what I'm saying, going to the Super Bowl party, take your ass outside in the backyard and go put a fire up. You know what I'm saying? Go get a grill to put on top of the fire, not or set it up where you can cook in a pot or pan outside. A lot of y'all don't know what the hell y'all won't know how to do that. Y'all need a stove. Y'all need a microwave. Y'all need a toaster oven. Go learn these things, man. Try to practice a little bit. You got time. You got time for it. If you got time to go to the bar, if you got time to go to the club, if you got time to go to the Super Bowl party, if you got time to go hang with your family and talk shit on the stoop or the porch, take your ass to the backyard and build you a campfire and go sleep in a tent for a couple days. You know what I'm saying? Try to do it a weekly thing or a monthly thing. All right. And if y'all out here in Georgia, man, come get y'all tent. Y'all bring y'all tents. Come sleep in my backyard. Y'all more than welcome to. If y'all ain't got no goddamn spirits, don't bring them demons over here. Y'all can sleep in my backyard. And we got the woods all behind us. Just let me know before you come down here. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna be using my bathroom to shit though. I'll tell you that. Come here, Ashala.
Salakia. So
Use
Salakia.
nature. Come on, go ahead, King.
Salakia. For everybody in the room, I watch on YouTube how Esau be camping. You can pull it up on YouTube, and it's called camping in the winter or camping, and they show Esau actually building himself a house in the earth and being able to do what the chief just said. The chief, what he just said was absolutely what we need to do to start preparing ourselves. You can learn from YouTube if you just pull it up. I watch it all the time, different ways of surviving, seeing how they cutting trees down, what limbs they using, and they're building a safe spot where they could stay overnight, even in the wintertime and whatnot. They also have on YouTube where you can look at different types of tents. I got about 3 tents that I carry in my truck. They're in the bed of my truck right now. If something should pop off, I got me somewhere to stay or a little roof over my head. We need to be thinking about these things. Like the chief said earlier, we need to do the Feast of Tabernacles. That's something put in place by Yahweh for us to be doing, and it's a commandment that we can learn even more. We can feed off of each other and find ways each feast of tabernacle and get the experience of it. I've been to two feasts of time, 3 feasts of tabernacles. One I did myself in my backyard. Put up a tent and I stayed out there in it. It was an awesome experience. Uh, we need to start thinking about these things because, like the brother said, it's going to happen. It's coming. It's coming, and a lot of us are not going. It's going to hit us by surprise, and we're not going to be ready. You understand? But like everybody's been saying, first we have to get our spiritual minds right and come back to our heritage and really look at our ancestors to learn how to do this. But YouTube has that on available. It's To me, it's good entertainment. It puts me in a whole different mind state to watch how a man could dig a hole out the earth, make a roof over it, put moss and leaves, and be able to live and have a little makeshift stove and create a fire. And there's things that you can go to uh, outdoorsmen, Bass Pro Shops and stuff like that, because they have that camping stuff in there. You can go in there and buy little stuff that's light that you can carry with you if you're walking or if you're riding a bike. So start paying attention to those things, Israel, and try to learn it, and we can have conversations about that. I yield.
Con. Yeah, there's a lot of I saw Esau take his kid, like 5 years old, and they literally made um their tent be snow. They started digging into the snow. So they went in. They kind of literally like made an igloo in the snow, and they spend the night in that. You know, and this guy was, you know, doing that with his kid, 5 year old, from that age. There's that show called Bear Grill. I don't know if it's still on. You see that guy doing some crazy stuff too. Showing you how to survive in the wilderness, or be just you're dropped in any type of location and show you how to survive. Some things that I've seen him do is just crazy, just off. you know, um, some of the things definitely you don't want to do. I saw him eat the heart of an animal, and you know some unclean animal or something. I saw him sleep inside of the body of a zebra, cut the belly open, pull the guts out, and slept in there for the night. Yeah, so you don't have to do that, hopefully. But yeah, there's a lot of simple stuff, man. Do you know how to tell the east from the west without a compass? You know, do you know what side the moss grow on a tree? And that can tell you how to do the east from the west. Or looking at the stars at night can tell you. Or in the morning, looking at where the sun rises in the morning, that could tell you the east from the west. Just simple things, man. Do you know how to identify basic trees? You know, and what kind of stuff you can get from trees in terms of food or whatever. Hey, if the Bible said it's going to happen, guess what? It's going to happen. You don't know when it's going to happen, but you know it's going to happen. So prepare yourself the best way you know how. Especially when you're rolling with a family. You got kids. Um, Chief has the best thing available. Shalaki just got a call.
Yeah, you've been going off, Shemaya. I heard you quoting Bob Marley. Then I was like, this man
Yo,
be listening to Bob all the time. Next
I'm
thing we know,
I'm Benjamin. I grew up on Bob
I
Marley,
know,
man.
I know, I know. I'm just messing with you. I
I
like your
still
shit.
got I still got a few T-shirts with Bob Marley on it. So yeah,
Shit, I got Bob Marley tatted on me, man. And I knew better. Most I've been whipping my ass, man. That was a long time ago, though. Long time ago.
God. And you got the best thing available for you know wilderness survival. You got them dogs. You know them dogs are really great asset to have when you're in that type of tent life. If you got a Shih Tzu, those types of dogs, that you can't do nothing with that out in the wilderness, man. You got to
Brother,
protect that dog. That dog ain't protecting you.
brother, when I get through, most high willing, when I get through, and I'm be if there's another testament written, which I'm sure there will be. I'm probably gonna be the servant that was known for letting the dogs loose on the dogs. You know what I'm saying? Between me, Elder Ephraim, and Harag, man, Elder Harag, we're gonna be known for letting them dogs loose on the dogs.
Come on,
I like this.
go ahead, sis.
It's funny he said that about the dogs because at Tabernacles, I did Tabernacles by myself, put in my tent, everything. And it was just me and my dogs out there every night. So it's funny. that he said that.
Shoot, Gabal, Gabal, my dog Gabal, he was out there peeing on everybody's tent. Gabal was out there with us, man. My dog was out there with us, showing love to everybody, watching everybody too.
Con, marking the territory. All
God, just
praises.
imagine though, we in the woods, right? And everybody got at least two dogs with them. It's gonna be hard to creep up on us. Cause them dogs, man, even when they sleep, you know what I'm saying? They hear something, they get up barking. Not every dog, but most dogs should. You know, they get up and they start barking. So that's definitely, and them little dogs, man, them little dogs, they come in handy. Them suckers, they warn you. They warn you. They your alarm clock when they hear or see any damn thing. You know, that's good to have one of those laying around. You know, cause they definitely warn you. Little Chihuahua, you get yourself a Chihuahua. Ain't nobody gonna be able to be by your door or come in your door without that dog waking up and barking, going crazy. So yeah, you keep one or two of those around, you know. But yeah, nah. If you can't get, if you can afford to do so, man, make sure y'all get a dog. Make sure y'all get a dog. We got brothers that train them. You know, look up Bite Life. Elder Ephraim should be in this building. Let me see. Elder Ephraim down there. Well, look up Bite
Yeah.
Life. You know what I mean? He trained them dogs. We got other trainers also. So yeah, especially if you a felon too. If you a felon and you can't get no gun, you know, get you a trained dog, man. You know, invest in a dog, get you a nice dog, and put it to the trainer. Get some bite work done on it. And believe me when I tell you, you have a trained dog. That's like having a gun. You let that sucker loose on somebody. That's I think it's worse than having a gun. You know, if they got a gun and they don't shoot properly or they can't get it in time, you know that you can take that gun from them and they arm with that dog. So just keep that in mind. You know, if you can't afford it or you in a place you can't afford to get a gun because of your record, or you can afford to get a dog and you got the space for it, get yourself a dog, man. Yeah.
Con. That's as you said, man. That's in many cases sometimes better than a gun. You know, when you're hunting, you got to go hunting. That dog is a great thing to have, man, for protection. It's going to warn you. You know, even if snakes pop up on you in out there in the wilderness, man, that dog is going to warn you that a snake is popping up on you. You know, or any kind of wild animal. So that's a really important thing to have, man. Yeah, Yafeth. Yeah, I've said your name. I just butchered your name, sis. I'm sorry about that. What you got to add to the topic, sis?
Shalom, everybody. I
Can
was
you
just
say your name?
Yafel. My name is Yafel.
Yafia.
Yeah.
Tawada.
Um, I just wanted to add about the dog situation. What's a good dog to have is them King Corsos. I have two of them, and they're really good. They're loyal dogs, and they will alarm you with anything that they hear going on, and they will protect your household. So that's all I wanted to add.
Yeah, the Cane Corso is a great dog. It's a great dog. The bite pressure, the pressure per bite is very heavy. But once again, like and this is because I learned my lesson with certain dogs when I used to go to the dog park. When I lived in Brooklyn, and there was one time this brother he lent me his dog because we was trying to get his dog and my dog to mate. He had one of those miniature bullies. them low bullies. And my my dog, my pit bull, is a bigger pit bull. So I worked. It wasn't even that. It was maybe about 80 degrees, 70 something. Late 70 degrees, early 80s, and we walked about 3 blocks. And that damn dog, what I'm saying, it gave up the ghost, man. It collapsed. Not my dog, the brother's dog. It collapsed. Got them breathing problems. And I'm not saying that's going to be the cane corso, but the cane corso is good to have it like on your property. But if you got to move and move around, you know what I'm saying, you got to travel. That dog, like that dog ain't gonna be able to run up and down a mountain. You know what I'm saying, up and down the hill. Maybe you could do it one time, but you know that's where the agility of the dog comes into play. You know, but if you look up the Argentina Dogo now, you know what I'm saying, I tell everybody about that dog. The Argentina Dogo, they're known for killing bobcats. They're known for killing mountain lions. And they very agile. They got that they're a little bit more slimmer. They're a little bit more slimmer than the cane corso, but they're as the pressure per bite is just as effective. So just keep that in mind. Those dogs is good to have, like you said. Those dogs is good to have on the property. But the traveling, I don't know. On foot, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna be because I had to carry that goddamn little dog, so I ain't carrying no cane corso. You know what I'm saying? That's a big dog to carry if it faints out there in the heat. So just keep that in mind.
Fine.
And just FYI, I will be breeding dogos this year. I will have at least 2 litters. So just keep that in mind, Israel. If y'all need some dogos, holla at your guala.
Con. Yeah, man, these dogs are really good to have. A trained one know how to do these. Are these dogs good for hunting too, Ephraim?
Man, that Esau used the dogo to hunt wild boar, man. They hunt wild boar. You look up a wild boar. Let me see how much a damn wild boar weighs. Y'all can look that up on YouTube. Put Argentina dogo or just dogo, Dogo, versus a wild boar. Let me see how much a damn wild boar weighs. Estimate. All right, a wild boar about 220 pounds, 170 to 220 pounds. That's the European. It says European population. Yeah. So you know, full grown, about 110 to 200 pounds. You look at them damn dogos, man. They usually hunt. You put them like at two of them. Put two of them together. They tear that damn. They got that damn hog screaming and crying like a baby, man. Them dogos get on that damn hog, man. It's crazy. And see, the dogo is a follower. So you can have a pit bull, you can have any type of dog. They'll follow that dog. You know what I mean? So the dogo is great to have with other pets, but yeah, they hunt, man. They hunt. They hunt wild boar. Look it up. Look up the dogo versus the mountain lion, and see the outcome of that.
Con. That's heavy, man. These dogs are vicious. That's what you need.
And they breed it. the dogos are all white. Sometimes they got spots on them. They'll have a black spot, gray spot. Sometimes they have the little spots on them, but they're breeded all white because they were created to hunt. So you can see them in the woods. They stand out in the woods because they're all white. You know, it's hard to see a brown dog or a black dog in the woods. But that dogo, when they go, you know what I'm saying, it's easier for you to spot them. That's why they were created to they were breeded to be all white.
Con. Shalom. Who's next in the queue? Go ahead, King.
Khan, Salakia. First of all, I want to just say shalom to the brothers and sisters on stage. Uh, and to speak to the topic, uh, us as a whole, no, we're not ready, for this war thing to hit. And because a lot of people are too focused on materialistic things and, being the one that, as we say in the world, shitting on everybody. So no, our people are not ready for that type of thing, man. And just laying back on what Chief Ephraim said, we need to get out and go camping and spend time in the wilderness and get used to being in nature. That's one thing that I do. Uh, I'm up here in Alaska, so I have a lot of time to go out and do a lot of camping and things of that nature. And I do it throughout the summer. Every weekend I go out camping. I've yet to go out camping during the wintertime. It's something that I do, look forward to doing, Lord willing. But another thing, we need to get accustomed to the different herbs and different things of that nature that's out in the wilderness. Tapping these trees, to get different things from them and things of that nature. I dropped a link in Shawpar Ari and Chief Ephraim's back chat to a book. It's called The Lost. Hold on, make sure. The Lost Book of Herbal Remedies, and it's a real good book. It teaches you about different types of herbs that you can take for different ailments uh, and things of that nature. And I think it'll be a good tool for our people to get because that's something that we don't pay attention to as far as healing and things of that nature. So uh, to land my plane, I was like, if you guys could post that link up so everybody can see it, so they can get that book because it's very informative and it's going to be a very useful tool. When we do get put back into the wilderness and forced to be out there in nature, things of that nature, we're going to be getting sick. A lot of people are not used to it. Their immune system is not used to it. So to know what type of herbs you can just pick up that's around you will be very beneficial, to the body. And with that, I yield.
Definitely. Y'all
Con.
look at y'all look at my PTR, man. That's one of the boys that I'm gonna be mating. That's the male. That's one of the father dogos. I'm gonna have two males and two females. So that's the male right there. That's Einash. Yeah, I know what Einash means in Hebrew. That's the Punisher right there. That's punish.
Con. Oh, praises. You look vicious. That dog is muscular. It looks strong as hell, boy. Got that dog lifting weights.
Now that's you know what's crazy? Y'all look up who created the Argentina Dogo because that's 10 dogs put together for a reason. They put a little bit of, you know, they breeded it to be a perfect family dog, to be a perfect protector. Those dogs, you ain't really got to train them to protect you. They naturally protect you, you know. So, but who created them was an Ephraimite. It was an Ephraimite in Argentina. Y'all look up the history. Those are 10 different dogs. put together just to protect and destroy anything on the mountains and the hills of Argentina. But it was an Ephraimite that created that breed. So it's 10 different dogs put together to make that dog.
Wow, amazing. Yeah, that dog looked powerful. Hey Ben, welcome to the stage, King.
Shalom, all praises. I uh I had a question for Chief, but then I went ahead and mentioned him in the back chat. I wanted to know he said be on the lookout for him breeding the dogos and everything. And I just wanted to know when he would have those ready. I would like to add to the topic as well. Um yeah, I don't think ones are getting ready or are ready at this current state that we're in, but I think that the mindset is being cultivated, and you have ones that are doing the work. Some still sleep, some still ignorance is bliss for a lot of ones, and so we're witnessing a lot of that. um, some are afraid to really have those conversations, and then even the ones that say that they know, like I said, they really don't want to hear it because their ignorance is bliss to them. But for the ones that do know, for the ones that are aware, that we do need to prepare and make these changes into our lifestyle, graft into a new lifestyle. Uh, I feel it's for us to come together and build like this and actually do the groundwork as well, so that we can have these places prepared. Because I think these people gonna have to live amongst us eventually. Some might not make it, some will, but to have that place prepared, because that's also what's going to allow us to bring, grab back some of our power, a lot of our power, with ones not having anywhere to go, but ones having to come to us, so, I like to focus on the solution as well, for the ones that's already knowing that it's a problem. And so, that's what I like to add to the topic, for us to just prepare, you know, stay in the spirit, stay grounded in the ruach, in the word, and continue to give our praise to the Most High and seek that direction, because the kingdom is at hand, and so with that, that's why I say we just got to be building that kingdom, and cultivating, building that nation and that mindset, because it's a lot of different ideologies and philosophies out here, but I'm sure everyone in the room, a lot of us are in the truth. And so, we just have to continue to come together and, no matter where you are, I'm in the South right now, just network. And so, I don't know exactly where Chief may be right now, anything like that, but, I don't know, I'm working to get prepared. All praise to the Most High, And so, even what he mentioned with the dogs and everything, like, that's just another added layer of the protection. And even when you talk about having land and everything like that, my mindset with having a dog is, hey, I'm thinking of farmland. I'm thinking of having him running my, my animals and directing them. So we have to really be in this mindset. And I heard someone else also say like that, one's not ready to let go of the materials and everything. And that's big. Yes, we are in this system, in this Babylonian system and everything. I feel that we have to use the system to our advantages. And so, like, one thing that this system has is one of the best credits that you can see. You know what I'm saying? Credit is pretty much anything right here in this system that we're dealing with. And so we can really come together, use their different credits to go and acquire this land. Because I'm sure ones are working. Ones have their different ways to provide for their family, But we can go and build our credit up and go and get this credit to go get this land and put ourselves in a position to be private
and be away from, you know what I'm saying, the world and the city and everything, how it's really moving, we could put ourselves in a great position. And so, that's my work. I like to connect with like minds on things like that. Like I said, going to grab the credit, grab the land, and let's start tilling the land, and let's start growing our own, and let's make these dig these wells and everything like that, and really get in a position to live private and protect ourselves and have our home. And so with that, I yield the floor.
Con. Well, I should have these dogos by the summertime, most high willing. Beginning of summer. I should the breed the puppy should be ready to go by the summer, most high willing.
All praises. The water, I'll be in touch with you for sure.
Con. Yeah, man. All of these natural things, like the brother said, digging wells, and you know, these are important things. Being able to identify different plants, wild bushes and plants and roots, and like a simple plant like the dandelion. It has like a whole lot of benefits, and it's a wild plant that it helps in the healing of so many different things, man. So being able to, I mean, everybody should be able to identify the dandelion. It's like the yellow flower that grows on your lawn, and you see it in the bush and grass, and that little plant. That thing has a whole lot of healing benefits. In high blood pressure, helping you with weight loss, and liver, helping your liver, and a whole bunch of stuff. You can look it up. You know, reducing cholesterol, and a whole bunch of inflammatory um, inflammation, and antioxidant. So that little bush that just grows wild everywhere, um, is a tremendous plant that helps in a lot of healing and a lot of benefits. And there's a whole lot of those types of um, you know plants in nature that helps. You can make tea with it. You can do a whole bunch of other stuff with it. Um, that is a great thing to have. So don't just look at that as like just some type of weed you need to pull out. We gotta, even at now, you stop, and when you see it, pull it up and take it home, and you know get familiar with it. Figure out how to make a tea with it. Go on YouTube, as Sharpor said, man. Go to YouTube College, Google University, and figure out how to do a lot of these things. You know, um, because we don't know how to do it, and sometimes we believe that Google is always going to be there. YouTube is always going to be there. A lot of these things are going to get shut down, right? A lot of these things are going to get shut down, and the internet is eventually going to get scrubbed, and a lot of the information that is readily available, you know, may not be available anymore. So if you could download these videos, download, you know, information on how to do certain things, you know, if you get a injury out in the wilderness, how do you heal it? There's no pharmacy to run to. Ain't no prescription you're gonna get. You gotta find some natural ways, some natural herbs, some natural bush, whatever, and figure out what to put on an open sore, or open wound, and to make it heal. You know, so there's a lot of things that that we could start getting familiar with even now. Because yeah, how do you start a fire if you don't have a lighter? Just simple things we take for granted, that when you're living in the wilderness, you're assuming you might have a lighter, and you're assuming you might have this, that, or the other. And I think it's You can make it fun also if you got kids. Hey, kids, let's go try to make a fire in the backyard. You know, get some sticks and stones and smack it together, or even start buying things that you could have in your bug out bag. That's the terminology they use. You have your bag for when the shit hits the fan, so to speak, and you have a bug out bag or a bug in bag. Either some people are going to bug out, which means they're going to leave their location to go to some location that they already have pre-set up, where they have food and certain supplies, or you're going to bug in, stay in your house, and that would be your fort to protect. You know, so yeah, Israel, we got to see what else we can do. What
God,
say you, Tear?
God. Real quick. Um, if y'all ever see, not it's not a spider plant, but I learned this being out here too. Old school brother put me on. There's it looks like a spider plant, but it's not a spider plant. It kind of look like the way it grows. It kind of look like aloe. It kind of looks like that, but it's not aloe. You know what I mean? So alloy, whatever, however you pronounce it. But those Gad, they said Gad used those as gauzes. When you see those, they pop up a lot. I know y'all, if y'all not out here in the country, y'all wouldn't know what I'm talking about. But they pop out a lot in the ground, and they look like spider plants. But those joints, that's what they use to hold in the blood. They use as gauzes. And them joints, I don't know how they grow. They just be everywhere. Especially, during the summertime, they'll just be in the middle of the grass. Like they just grow out of nowhere. And, brother was putting us on. He said, man, if you ever bleeding out here, you got to stop the blood from flowing. You strap these up to you. So, that was something, I learned that. And it was just like, oh, snap. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's a lot of things out here. Even just the wood alone, I don't know. Some people know, but you're not supposed to cook with pine tree, with pine wood, because it gives off a tar. You can cook with it, but cook on the pots, but to put it under a grill, if you ain't as a fire to cook, it's not good because it gives off a tar. Like oak wood is good to cook. You know what I'm saying? So it don't put the tar in your food. You know what I mean? You could use that in the pots or off a grill. So it's little things like this, man. You need to get up on, and I'm learning as I go. But you ain't gonna learn shit in New York City, man. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna learn shit. You
Con,
you know what I mean? So, but yeah, man. If y'all can afford to, man, y'all might as well start moving to the south. Ain't no mandates neither. Ain't no vaccine mandates out here. I yield.
con. Yeah, knowing a lot of these basic, remedies is really important, man. You know, so we got Sister Taya on the
Hey, shalom, everybody.
shalom.
It's kind of funny that Chief just said literally what I was about to come on here and speak to everybody about was about moving to the South because Texas, believe it or not, they have land that's for sale for $1,500. Or like recently, I had a realtor send me 1 acre of land in Whitney, Texas for $3,000. Like, and it's income tax time. Like, you can buy your land and move here. And then also too, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You want me to park somewhere else? Okay. Yeah. Um. And then also too, they have in Texas where, because I know somebody had mentioned something about if you're a felon you can't have a gun. If you're in Texas, I think if it's 5 years old, you can have a gun in your house. So I just wanted to add that about Texas.
Yeah, Texas is a wave. Texas is definitely under no mandates. They got their own goddamn mandates. They don't even consider Joe Biden a president. You know what I mean? So, but definitely you can find land even cheaper. That's a great price to buy 1 acre. That's definitely a great price, especially in Texas. I don't know that area though, where you said. That's one thing too. You want to have you want to make sure when you buy, if you do go to buy acreage, make sure you surveil. Go do your surveillance around in the neighborhood. Go to the store, go to the gas station, see who's the people in the area, because you move some places to the south, to the south, and there's sundown towns out here now. You know what I'm saying? And then you move to one of these towns, and it's cool during the daytime. And if you got a family, you good while you there, but you end up leaving, you go to work or something, and your wife and your child is calling you talking about there's a burning cross in front of their house, in front of your house. Now, you know what I'm saying? That these are things you got to watch for too. But 3,000 in Texas, that's good. I don't know exactly where that is, but there's you could get acreage from anywhere from 800 to 10,000 an acre, depending on how much you buy. Of course, the more you get, the cheaper it goes. But like she said, it's income tax. You can get an acre. You can get an acre. I believe South Carolina, between North Carolina and Georgia would be the cheapest. You know what I'm saying? I believe that would be the cheapest. But yeah, just try to do something, Israel. Bring your ass to the South, man. Not you.
Khan.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Yesterday, in Georgia,
Just
I
one
was
second,
buying
King. There's some other people on the stage before you.
slack.
It's all good, King. Um, who's next in the queue?
I mean, on my screen it says it's me, but uh,
Yeah, yeah. Go ahead, King.
Shalom. Just speaking to the title of the room, I don't think us as a majority or collective is ready for it, but uh, for World War III or the EMP attacks. But I was more so wanting to ask the brothers on the panel what y'all thought of bow hunting. I've been recently getting into it, but just wanted to see if y'all thought it was a viable option. Especially with us being out, in the wilderness and everything like that.
That sounds like a great idea, man. Any kind of weapon that you can use for hunting and protection, I think it would be great, man. You know. So I saw there's this Russian guy, man. This guy makes customized bows. He makes them like automatic. Like he has an automatic bow that just shoots out arrows like if it's bullets. He makes all kinds of customized bows and stuff. I think that you probably could find these things online as well. I don't know if it's exclusive to him, but yeah, even that is a great option, man. With a bow and arrow, you kind of never run out of bullets, so to speak, or arrows, because you're always most likely retrieving the arrows that you fire. you know Eventually you probably run out of bullets, so that's one of the options in terms of when you look at suitable weapons, for protection. um, yeah, that's a really great option. I would definitely also include in there a katana, or one of these swords like that sister had in The Walking Dead, you know taking
God.
taking people's head off. I
But
can't remember her name. But yeah, she had the perfect weapon, man.
But
Con.
another one. Y'all think about I wouldn't necessarily call it a fire axe, but it's like one of them the like one-handed axes that they be using to cut down trees, get gathering wood and everything like that. You know, that can be used as a weapon. You know, just it's just versatile. So a lot of that stuff I've been looking into, especially with the wilderness survival. I'm looking forward to Tabernacle because I want to try it out. But you know, that's a little whiles away.
Con. Yeah, man. We take a lot of things for granted because we live in so much comfort. We don't realize the necessity of having, just even a big knife, a machete, to a axe, a shovel, all of these different things. When you're living out in the wilderness, everything you need, you have to make it. You know, you want a toilet? Guess what you got to do? You got to dig a hole. Ain't got no bathrooms out there. Ain't got no toilet paper. You got to know what you can use to wipe yourself. You wipe yourself with some poison ivy. Ooh, in the wrong place too. That's not something you want to deal with. So we got to be able to identify certain plants. you know. So and have certain types of utility knives or whatever, axe, machetes, shovels. All of these different things are really great to have. There's a
Con,
lot of there's a lot of like devices that they have like all of these things in one. It's like a utility hunting kind of device, and I picked up one the other day myself, and with that, it's a metal rod that detaches, and based on each detachment, you have either like a knife, a saw, um, forgot what they call it. It's like a black rod that you scratch and you start a fire with it.
is it? I know what you're
Fruit.
talking about. You use the back of your knife and you just strike it.
Yeah, and you strike it,
Yeah.
and it creates like a grum, a really big spark to start a fire.
I think it's called
You
a
know,
striker rod. I don't remember, but that yeah.
Flint rod.
say again.
A what?
I believe it's flint.
The flint. Well, the flint knives are like the knives. If that's what it is, it's the flint knives are like the knives that are made out of stone that Gad used to use,
Con.
right? And those things are sharp as scalpels, man, when you do it the right way. But yeah, all of these different things are really great things to have. If you have a kit, a bug, like I have a bag that I purchased. It was a kind of like a bug out bag, and it had a whole bunch of different things in it. It had like medical supplies. It had some like ration food that you can just dried food that you can just open and cook, and it had like a one of these like it's like a foil blanket, that's supposed to keep your body heat in. Just have pick up one of those things online, man, and they sell out quick. When I purchased it, they were almost sold out, but you could go online and buy these things to
Shalom,
have.
shalom.
Shalom, King. You know, so you can pick up these things online, and it really just have it.
Yeah, that's some about the thumb.
Yabashim Yasha Brakatam. You know,
So
you could add it to your pack of things you're going to use to protect and feed yourself. There's a site called Patriot, I think Patriot Foods or something like that. They got food that lasts for 25 years. You know, you can store the food for 25 years. And it supposedly tastes great. I bought a few things, but I never like opened it to cook it or nothing. But yeah, these are many things that we gotta definitely get, man. Oh, Chief, the brother had put the link in your back chat for the book that shows you about the different types of herbs and things like that, and trees and roots and stuff. Can you pin that up? I don't have it in my back chat.
Con, I mean, let me see. Jaiza, right? Josiah, he said that.
Brother
Yeah.
Shemai, I was gonna also add, like, those water heaters back, those jugs that they use for water, like they put hot water in it, and when you're hurting, you put it to massage. You can put water, you can store water in those, and throw those in your bag. Part of the bug out bag thing that you're doing, you can throw that in there too. Those type of weird bags, those work too. You
Con,
know,
con,
right? There's so
Con,
many things that we can invent, that we can do ourselves, and there's so many things around that can be used.
con. Well, I would. I mean, if you're on that level where you can invent stuff, that's really great. I'm on the level where I buy what's already available, and as the need arises, necessity is the master of invention, they say. Sometimes you may not have what you need and you have to invent it. So that is definitely, what our people did throughout slavery. They invented a lot of stuff, you know. So, but if the Most High tarries and we're still here, and we actually have to be out in the wilderness, and you're able to buy stuff, that's definitely start buying things little by little if you can. Because right now, if you try to go buy stuff, like if something pending is coming this month or this summer, you're not going to be able to afford it. A lot of these things are not cheap, and at least the good stuff that you would want to get in terms of you know diluting and purifying your water and things to cook with. All of these things, to buy all of these things at once, it becomes a major expense. But if you can put something together and you buy something every time you pay, little by little, then you start really building up. You know. So we got officer. What say you, King?
Shalom, family, shalom. Um,
So
all of the ideas I heard was just great. I've been trying to get little things here and there for a while now. Um, and like you said, a lot of these items are coming in, maybe 5 in 1. Like I recently got a shovel, a hand shovel that can saw. It can be used to strike. It can be used, of course, to dig and pry open doors and stuff like that. So little stuff like that and little solar panel kits just to recharge batteries and stuff like that would come in handy. But as I started getting into it, I had to just remind myself that we don't want to just rely on those things. Like I know I'm never going to be able to amount everything I need to survive, but that gathering together, I might have a couple things, my brother might have a few things, my sister might, that unit is what we really need to focus on first in my head, because when the going gets tough, you're not going to really fight a army by yourself, but your unit could, you guys could mob out. We usually, have little backup areas to go through, and I was actually thinking about burying a couple items, so if I had to bug out, I'll know, well, if I'm going 10 miles this way, I have a little refreshment or a little kit here that I can get. But other than that, yeah, spiritually, I don't think, our people Israel is definitely ready for World War III. I don't think it, but in their hands, you might have a lot of people who have guns and the actual material, but they don't have that spirit to outlast that time, to endure to the end. So just want to be mindful of that. And again, shalom to the room. Shalom to the room.
con. Yeah, man. That's true. You know, the brother said bury something based on the direction you may have to run in. You know, as you said that, it brought back to memory this Edomite who was like a serial killer. This guy had like buckets with his what do you call his kill kit. So he had things that he used to kill people buried in buckets all over the place. You know, anywhere he go, he was able to find one of his kill kits and go, kill somebody. You know, that's what popped in my head when the brother said bury things in different locations. But yeah, that's a really great idea as well. If you have the ability to buy these containers, waterproof containers, and you can bury, I guess, food or supplies or utility items. But of course, when you're doing it that way, you now have to buy in serious bulk, and multiple knives and multiple guns and multiple sets of bullets and multiple shovels and all of these things that you might want to have in food or what have you. And all of these things also becomes an expense too. You know. Um,
Yeah, Salaki, the brother Yehuda Israel, he just sent me a link. Y'all can get that link up there real quick. Make sure y'all get the Lost Book of Herbal Remedies, and this is another link of of a place you can get all types of stuff. I'm gonna put up the link. It's called what is this called? This is the Sportsman Guide. The Sportsman's Guide. He said, the brother said this site has military surplus guns on payment, and you can get a gun on your first payment with no credit check. Um, he said they
guns on
have
layaway.
yeah, but don't order them if you're in New York or New Jersey, because y'all niggas gonna be in the feds. But he said they have vests, plates, knives, clothes, bags, surgical kits, etc. The link is on the top, so y'all can breeze through there and you know see what y'all see on that link on that website. But yeah, man, preparation is key. Preparation is key. Stay ready so you don't have to always be ready. You always be ready. You don't have to be on point if you're already prepared for it. And if you're in the South, I'm gonna tell y'all a little secret that my first elder taught me. That's why he always liked the AK. The AK. That's why Ishmael loves that gun. You could bury that gun just the way it is in the dirt, in the sand, and when you pick that sucker up, it's gonna shoot the same way you put it back in there, even with all the dust and sand and dirt inside. That's why Ishmael loved that gun. So keep that in mind. The AK, a lot of other guns, they ain't gonna work if you put them in the dirt for a while. But that AK come right back out. You know what I'm saying? Like nothing. So yeah, just keep that in mind, Ezra.
Con. So I hope everybody got that link to that book. It's actually a book that I have as well, and it has a lot of natural ways and using a lot of bush and roots and all kinds of stuff to, take a plant and turn it into a pain medication and a whole bunch of different things it has, man. This is all stuff they got from Gad. This is how Gad used to do a lot of things. So this book didn't come from Esau. This is what a lot of things Gad put together, and that's how they were doing a lot of things to take care of themselves. You know, so that's a really great book to have. Um, the sister sent me another book um, that has a lot of remedies for teas, how to make different types of teas for healing. I don't have a link to the book, but I think the name of the book is The name of the book she sent me is called The Good Living Guide to Medicinal Tea. 50 Ways to Brew the Cure for What Ails You.
We we
This
get
is
we get we getting ready for war, and Shamaya wants to have a tea party over here.
tea and crumpets.
Con,
Tea and crumpets, Ak. Yeah, and because even that dandelion plant that I said that you can make teas with, that is actually great for a lot of different healing, you know. So yeah, don't sleep on them teas, man. You drink some teas and your blood pressure go down. You cleanse your body. Uh, heal headaches and all kinds of different things, man. Tea and crumpets, Ak.
God, God. I would.
Uh,
Anybody know though? We was when we was tabernacling for the whole week. I was the coffee man. I woke up every morning and brewed mad pots of coffee. I go around give everybody coffee. So I had the coffee on deck. I had the coffee on deck every morning, cooking it or cooking it, boiling the water out there in the woods. I had the coffee on deck. So you ain't missing nothing. We had the coffee in the morning, food, lunch, breakfast, lunch, dinner. I remember sisters cooked the egg omelets. You know what I'm saying? She had made the omelets, scrambled eggs with the the peppers and onions all outside on the fire. And we ate them on tortilla breads, man. We had breakfast burritos, man, breakfast tacos. So yeah, when you out there, man,
ah,
Israel ain't we ain't miss nothing, man. We ain't miss nothing out there. The only thing, and even the damn brothers, man. You had brothers out there playing NBA 2K, man. You know what I'm saying? Brothers was playing NBA 2K off the generator. Some of our brother brought the damn TV and the PlayStation. So yeah, man. Y'all got to get that experience under y'all belt, man. Don't short yourself, man. Because when you out there just for a day or two, you short yourself. Make sure y'all take off now. Take off now. We got the calendar up. If you need the calendar, you know what I'm saying. Make sure y'all book that week, man. Make sure y'all come out, man. And even if y'all not with us, make sure y'all keep that feast and put that experience under your belt. That tabernacling is definitely one for the books, man.
I can vouch for that, man. The tabernacles we had last year, man, was epic. And it just shows, it just kind of gives you a glimpse of what it's gonna be like when we go into the wilderness. We will have some of these things. We may not have all of these things, but we will have some of these things, and we got to get used to living off of the grid because we know these things are happening. And I just wanted to bring out Matthew 24:17. I know it might have came out already, but I just wanted to bring it out in a few different scriptures within that chapter. So this is the book of Matthew, chapter 24, verse 6. I'm gonna start at verse 6, and I'm gonna jump down a little bit. So it says, "And ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that ye be not troubled." So what are we hearing now about wars and rumors of wars? We always hear about it, but the scriptures is telling you once you start seeing it, this is what's coming. For all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. Verse 7. For nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there shall be famines and pestilences and earthquakes in diverse places. Verse 8.
All these are the beginning of sorrows. All these are the beginning of sorrows. Now I'm going to jump down to verse 16. Then let them which be in Judea flee into the mountains. Let him which is on the housetop not come down to take anything out of his house. So we know that the scriptures is telling us when it's that time, when it's the beginning of sorrows, when it's that time, we're not going to be able to go and run and pack up all the water that we gathered and all the food that we gathered and all these certain things. We may just be able to take up the arms that we have or, whatever we can as quickly as we can. But it says, let him which is not, verse 17 says, let him which is on the housetop not come down to take anything out of his house. Verse 18, neither let him which is in the field return back to take his clothes. So the scriptures are saying, pick up and go. Pick up and go. When that time comes, Most High is saying, don't sit around. We're not just gonna be sitting there like hoarded in a bunker, waiting on something to happen. So no, the scriptures is telling us to flee. Now we know that we're gonna probably have contingency plans if you're Israelites and you're in the camp. We're gonna have contingency plans and places to go. But what about the average Jake? Yeah, the average Jake is not ready for World War III or any of this persecution that's coming. So yeah, we know we have to prepare, but we also need to remember what the scriptures say that we're not going to be able to take all this stuff with us. We have to make sure we have to be able to be mobile. So with that, I yield. I just wanted to get that point out. The fact that the scriptures are saying this thing is going to happen fast, and we're going to have to move. So with that, I yield.
So which one of the kids you're moving with, King? Which is a lightweight, easy to load, the ones you can carry more bullets with?
Hey, you better have a car. Just jump in the whip, pack everybody up. But
Pack everybody up.
right. Yeah, man, and yeah, man, it's definitely totally different for people who got like a bunch of kids, man. That's
Yeah,
gonna
that's
be a
me,
difficult
man.
thing. That's gonna be a different thing, but you got to do it.
Con,
Quick,
con.
do y'all agree? It's the Isaiah 14:21, like to prepare for slaughter. Do you think that falls into place right now also?
Just 1 second, King. We got a queue. There's other couple people before you. We'll definitely come to you. Yeshaya.
God,
So,
Yeah, Philly. Go ahead, King.
yeah, I was going to touch on I was talking a little bit about different type of defense weapons and stuff like that. Me personally, um, well, before I say that, I'll just touch on the topic. Of course, I'll just say no. Again, y'all touch a lot of great points and reasons why we not. A lot of Jake ain't gonna be ready. Jake ain't ready for World War III. He ain't gonna be ready for a no knock warrant. Jake ain't ready for anything right now. Physically, mentally, or spiritually. But just me personally, I choose crossbows for personal defense during that time, specifically for the fact of like you said, Shemai, you can recover your rounds. Of course, if you shooting metal, most likely you're not gonna be able to recover that. But if you're going through some flesh, you're gonna be able to recover, whatever round that is, most likely. Also there's different types of rounds. You got like fishing type rounds. You got barbed type rounds. You got barber's rounds. Like
The rounds that is literally like a triangle blade on the end of it, and it's like it's sharper than a scalpel, right? And it's designed to hit arteries if you got good aim, and pretty much shatter the artery. So on top of that, it's stealthy. When you run out of bullets, that's it. On top of that, you shooting and you don't want to give away your location. We can rack up all the guns. You got AK, you got a shotty, and with the extendo and the ladder on it. You could let it off on everybody, but now everybody knows where them bullets coming from. And Esau, a lot of them are military trained, and they just go into the range for no reason. They can come and, oh well, it sound like they coming from over there. Now you gave away your location now, and now everybody's coming to your block or wherever defending yourself or whatever you decide to camp out at. Now you gave away your location. But with a crossbow, it's quiet, it's silent. You can stick out in the bush. Take down any type of prey that you need to, or take anybody out that's coming against your camp. They don't even know where you at. And I also got some ghillie suits. I'm pretty sure y'all know what that is. Like it's like a suit. You can get some that's like marsh, like a moss type material, or or leaves. So like a full body ghillie suit. Look like a bush. If need be. That's just me personally. But also for the women, the sisters, there's some other type of non-lethal defense weapons. If y'all don't necessarily want to use guns, that is highly effective. Um, it's a airsoft rifle. Usually, police use it during riots and stuff like that, riot control. But you can actually put different types of rounds in there. Of course, rubber ball. You shoot at any type of thing projectile coming at you, you're gonna duck. So it's not like somebody's gonna be juggernaut. Realize it's not a bullet and then just come at you full throttle. No, you're shooting at anybody with anything. They're gonna duck. But you can put pepper ball in it. They got something called pepper ball, and instead of rubber ball, you can use pepper ball. And it's basically like a pepper spray inside of a ball. So when you hit somebody, it explodes on their face, and pretty much disables them from breathing, and they can't see. It's like you got pepper sprayed, but it's projectiles. You can use that. Um, they got ones that shatter glass. Those are much harder than the rubber balls, of course. But it's different types of things you can use to defend yourself. Not necessarily everything has to be lethal. For the sisters, if y'all don't want to use that, but crossbows is definitely a great option for defense in these last days. Because if you're gonna be moving like a pilgrim, you don't want to be making noise and screaming and shooting and all this type of stuff. And you want to be quiet. You don't want to be seen. You want to be able to effectively take somebody out without alerting the whole entire damn area code. And that's just the way I think. Personally. But yeah, I just wanted to add that as well. Now you.
Con. Yeah, man. The stealth is necessary, based on the situation you're in. Because believe me, man, I mean, these movies that we've been seeing for years, The Walking Dead and these types of, Mad Max and Thunderdome and the kind of scenarios of these different types of movies we see, who knows what it's going to be like, you know, if, I mean, when you look at places like, these countries that just keep getting bombed, Amalek is bombing these guys over there. Um, you see in the cities, buildings are like, bombed, hospitals are bombed, and you know, who knows, man? If some of these, missile projectiles is gonna hit, and what city they're gonna hit. Esau had on the news a couple of months back, the worst places to live when the apocalypse happened, and New York was number one, of the worst places to be in, because a lot of these cities, New York, Chicago, you know, they're densely populated. So there's a lot of people in a small area. They're already showing that a lot of these supermarkets in D.C., Washington, the supermarkets, there's like no meat. There's a lot of food that's not on the shelves. It's like going bare. What's going to happen? I mean, right now you go in your grocery in your neighborhood and, everything is there. You got all of the produce and meat and, the shelves are stocked, but that's not the case in a few places right now. But eventually it's going to happen that this is in every place, where there's not going to be food, and whatever food that's going to be there, guess what Esau's going to do? Guess what Moab's going to do? They're going to jack the price up on a bag of rice. Hey, $200 for this bag of rice. Hey, take it or leave it. Buy now. Pay or, and that's literally what's going to happen. They're going to jack up the food that is going to be too expensive for you to buy it. What are you going to do? Do you know how to hunt deer? You know, do you know how to hunt quail? You know, so you can't be running down and be like, well, the Most High is going to understand. Yeah, the Most High is going to understand if you hunt boar and you cut up a pig. That ain't gonna happen. You don't get license to go eat pig because of the Jacob's trouble. You know, you can't just go kill certain animals and be like, oh, it's Jacob trouble. The Most High is going to understand. Let me go eat some catfish.
Only Allah will understand that.
Only Allah is going to understand. You can eat anything to save your life. You know, no, we can't do that. We don't have that license. We still got to eat what the Most High say to eat. So you can't go, kill a boar and be like, yeah, I'm going to wear this boar skin as clothes. you know. So we still got to follow these laws, even when you're in the wilderness, Israel. You know. So these are some of the really important things. Again, if anybody didn't get the link to that book that was on the top, we probably have to put it back up there. But that book is valuable. You're not going to be able to Google it. You're not going to be able to take a picture and say, Google, identify this plant. you know, Siri, what type of tree is this? No, you're going to need some type of book, because if that EMP hits, the EMP literally short circuits any electronic, right? The Faraday cage, I came in the room and they were talking about the Faraday cage. The Faraday cage is only going to work if you have the devices in the Faraday cage when the thing happens. So unless you plan on buying double devices, multiple tablets and multiple laptops and, multiple cell phones and stuff like that, not like your cell phone's going to work after that to call anybody, but at least your laptop is still going to work, you know, on the battery charger that it has. And if you have a charger in that Faraday cage, you can definitely use it after. But you're not going to be warned with some alert, go and put your stuff in the Faraday cage now. It's going to happen when you least expect it. So if having a book with the information you need is really valuable because it's not going to short circuit. It's not going to, fry if they hit with an EMP. you know so these are the things you also want to consider. So Shamika, what say you, sis?
Shalom, everybody. Um,
Shalom.
I'm just listening in on this on the conversation, and so I'm located in Houston, and I'm not in any camp. Um, I am married, but my husband, he's getting there. He's not fully there yet on this walk. Um, but saying that to say, like, I'm listening to some of the things you guys are saying, just like about having that community around you. Like I heard one brother say, like, we might not be able to buy all these things, but your businesses in the camp may have these items, and you have those items, and I'm looking for that community. I held off on joining the camp just because my husband wasn't all the way there yet, and I just was like, I didn't want to join somewhere, and he didn't feel like it was the right place for us later, and so I'm just looking for advice on one, if you guys know of any Houston camps that you guys can point me towards, and how to go about this situation.
Chief, you want to take that up?
Fine, Salaki. You already know what I'm doing. Cleaning up what? What am I cleaning up, Shemaya?
Puppy shit. It ain't dog shit yet.
There you go. I'm cleaning up a bunch of puppy shit. So, uh, definitely. Well, we got a brother right now. Who's the sister talking? Who was talking?
It was in me, Tamika.
Okay, we got a brother. He's not too far from Houston. It's either Houston or Dallas. I gotta figure it out. But
He's not far from Houston.
he's not far from Houston, right? All right.
Nah,
So Macabre, then you could link that.
God,
You can link that because Macabre is like that. That's the uncle right there. That's big uncle right there.
God,
So he, he
God.
he could definitely line it up. Go ahead.
I'm just trying to remember exactly where he's at, but he's like I think about 2 hours outside of Houston. Uh, it begins with a K, I believe. I can't think of the name right now. But I know there's a big army base and stuff out there. But he's not too far from Houston. That's where our HOI link is. Um, I'm not sure how many camps are in Houston, but he's definitely not too far from.
Yeah, it's kind of. I'm surprised with how big the city is that I don't run into more people. Because it's kind of bare here in Houston. I hear a lot of people in Dallas. I know Sakari has people in Dallas, and there's some other Dallas camps, but Houston is it's bare. It feels like.
Yeah,
Right.
he's.
I think.
Go ahead.
I think. Damn, what's the name of that camp? I think. They have a camp out there. What's the guy's name? What's the camp that's in Dallas as well?
That's
One body.
one body. Yeah,
Talking about
that's
one
Yeah,
one
body.
body.
I think One Body is out there, and I know IUIC is out there. I know ISBK is also out there,
Oh
but
yeah, ISBK's out there.
yeah. As far as HOI, we'll be building. So the guy that they're telling you about will be building HOI up, out that way through the people who are out there. So if you know any other people that's interested, just try to, like the brother said, when it comes to HOI, just try to gather together until we put a date. Because I'm pretty sure the Pull Up Boy tour is gonna cover Houston. The down south Pull Up Boy tour that Chief Easton's putting together. Pretty sure that's gonna cover Houston sometime this year. And once we get there, we'll try to get more fruit to come out. So it's in the building phase for us as far as for HOI. But the few camps that are there,
It's
you just have
called
to look them
Killeen,
up.
Killeen, Texas. Killeen.
Killeen, yeah, that's Killeen is outside of
Uh-huh.
Killeen is close to Galveston, right, sis?
I don't want to lie to you.
Okay, so you don't know that well. I do know
I know it's
that
close.
part of.
I'm not sure if it's close to Galveston or not.
Okay, yeah, I do know that part of Texas well. When you come out of New Orleans, when you coming from Louisiana, it's gonna say Killeen, Galveston, and like College Station. Those are the next stops going through coming off I-10. Then you get to Houston. So yeah, that is close.
Okay.
Yeah. So Salaki, also, what's good with the building foundation when you come in and you're part of it, you become the part of the pillars from the ground up. So you're actually a part of the building and molding foundation of the camp. You see what I'm saying? Because we really got, there's about two brothers and maybe two sisters, you know, and those are the brothers' wives. So, you know, it's definitely new grounds for us, but you become, that's the good thing about new camps and new brothers and sisters, because y'all grow together. You're not coming into a full camp that's already built up. You see what I'm saying? Sometimes that can be a little bit of you know, people look at, oh well, they ain't even set up yet. Nah, but you, when you part of that building foundation, it's more of a, you're part of that pillar phase. So, you know, everybody that comes in after is like, okay, this is the camp here. These brothers, these sisters is part of it. You see what I'm saying? So just keep that in mind. It's, you know, and sometimes, because that's what a brother told me. A brother told me that in Atlanta, a brother that I'm very close to. When he came into camp, he was like, "Yo, I seen this camp, I seen that camp, but I felt like y'all needed more help, and I felt I can put more work here." You know what I'm saying? I was like, "Damn, you know, that's dope when a brother look at it that way." He opened my mind to that, because he was like, "Yo, I'm part of the foundation." So just keep that in mind also, instead of coming into a camp that's already solidified. You know what I mean? But all praises, and still test the waters. Test the waters and see if the camp, like you said, you don't want to join a camp because you don't know if your husband gonna like it when he come full throttle. You know what I'm saying? So just keep that in mind as you go along, and yeah, test the waters. Go to a feast day over here. Go to a Sabbath service over there. Go rub shoulders with brothers and sisters so you can see if that spirit meshes with yours and your husband. You understand?
Yes, and that's what I want to start doing, because, like I say, he's coming around. He's just not fully there yet, like and everything. But this is going to be the first Passover that we keep, and so I do want to be amongst the community um for that. And so I'm definitely looking and trying to find like what aligns with the doctrine that I feel is already, I'm already, studying. Because I know some camps are a little different. So I'm kind of like, some of the camps I never heard of. So I'm like, oh, I don't know their doctrine. I don't know, you know,
She got
if
a
there's
phone
any
call.
guidance or any help in that. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Definitely
yeah.
keep room to flow
That,
too. Go ahead.
now follow the brother, the elder Macabre right there. That's Uncle Macabre, man. He always opening the room. He hasn't been opening it, but the sleepover and chill HOI room, HOI is the Chariots Fly room, and you get to build with him more. He stays in contact. He's like the what was it the,
Liaison.
yeah, the damn yellow pages when it comes to the brothers and sisters on this
Uh,
app. So he's definitely somebody you want to talk to, and he gives wise counsel as well. But yeah, through the spirit, sis, try to go around and see, because you know. And I tell everybody this: don't think what you see on the YouTube is what you're gonna get. You know what I'm saying? Don't think when you go to a camp and what you see on YouTube is what you're gonna get. That's not usually the case. All right.
yeah,
And
I
sis,
think, is she on a
I just wanted
call?
to also tell the sister to. Oh, so Salakia Elder Macabre. I just
Yeah, I
wanted
think she
to.
might be on a call. I see the red thing unless she's off.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. Go ahead, sis. Good.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, if you want, you can go ahead and follow me as well. You can follow Sister Javiera, because we be on sisterhood classes or sisters keepers rooms as well. So if you want to do that, and we have some other resources that we can point towards you. Okay,
Thank you. The water.
Con.
But you're definitely welcome to come up in the room, the Shalom and chill. You can bring your husband, you know what I'm saying, as well, if he's on this app, come and feel the vibe, and also do the same with everybody, wherever your spirit meshes with is usually the place to go. But yeah, you're definitely welcome to come into our room. If you haven't, I think you've been in our room actually. the Shalom and Chill, if I'm not mistaken.
I come in to different rooms. I've been in the sisterhood room before. I more than likely probably have come into the Shalom and Chill room before.
hmm
Um, so yeah.
So yeah, just keep on searching, until it resonates with your spirit where you need to go. But all praise to the Most High. Your head's coming along. That's a beautiful thing.
Khan, all praises.
Con, all praises. So you guys, he's coming along. So he identifies as an Israelite, or he's following the laws, or what is the situation?
So he does follow law with me, but just hasn't, I guess, come to that place of I'm an Israelite and, what he grew up understanding and knowing, letting that go.
Which is, I'm guessing, Christianity.
Yes, Christianity, Church of Christ.
Con, con.
So if I may ask,
I think you
like
got
you
a
had a
call that
phone
you was
call.
asking. You got a call
Salakia.
that you was asking, King.
Yeah. What brought you to the truth? What brought you to the truth, and how were you able to convince your husband that this is the truth?
So my cousin, one day just, he lives in Dallas and he kind of is with Sakari. And so one day he just stopped by and we were just talking. And I was already at a place where I really wasn't going to church anymore. I mean, my faith was there, but I just left the church. Nothing was working for me. It wasn't feeding my soul. So we were talking, and when he said it to me, I really didn't have to think about it. Like it just felt right. And I started reading my Bible and going to different classes, YouTube classes. I started off with mainly dealing with Sakari, but I deal with all you guys now, with your classes and just learning, and it just went from there. Um, I asked my husband to start like first dietary law. So first I was like, okay, I'm not cooking these things anymore, and I asked him not to eat it as well, and he was fine with it. Um, and we just went from there. Like he kept his first Sabbath with me yesterday. Well, we keep a lunar Sabbath. I do follow Sakari when it comes to lunar Sabbath. Um, so he did keep Sabbath with me, and he does the dietary law. He just started wearing fringes, but it's more just he's living peaceable with me, and I guess he's getting to a point where maybe he's starting to see. I'm not sure.
All praises, all praises.
Does Sakari have something in Houston? I know they're in Dallas.
Yeah, we have camp in Houston.
Well, there you go, sis. You followed it. There's one of the brothers right there, sis Shamika.
Yes, I don't know if it was you, brother Ariala. Somebody had put me in touch with a brother from Houston, but
Yeah, that was me then. Yeah, brother Yaquab. Yeah, he's the officer at that camp. Was
okay,
it on IG? Was it on IG?
I think so.
Yeah, I do recall a sister asking me to put her in contact. So yeah, that was probably me.
Okay, because I don't think I mean I know they hold camp, like on Saturday, but that's all he was telling me was like they hold camp. He didn't say they had anything else set up at the moment.
So yeah, like we don't, for the most part, other than Atlanta and Tijuana and Miami, we don't have like a designated like school or like you can come in for classes and things of that nature, right? Here, like for instance, here in Philly, um, we hold camp Thursdays and Saturdays, but when it comes to like the feast days and whatnot, we typically get together, usually at my house, um, and we just congregate. So if that's what you're looking for, I would suggest starting off going to camp, uh, congregate with the brothers there, and then create those relationships. And when brothers get together for feast days and things of that nature, you know what I mean. Y'all can go ahead and start engaging and participating in some of those activities. With Sakari, when it comes to like larger feast days, like say Passover, like the brothers in Houston won't be keeping Passover in Houston. They'll be coming down to Atlanta, where we keep it as an entire organization. So brothers from all over the country will be coming to Atlanta for Passover. I'm sure HOY does something similar. SOT does something similar. That's kind of how those larger feast days work. But like we just kept Purim this past weekend. We just got together at a brother's house. So you know, but the first step is to be making those connections and you know linking up with brothers at camp because that's where you're gonna find them for the most part.
Okay.
God, all praises. I always thought the big red phone symbol meant the person was on the phone. So I see it,
God, it does.
but Ariella was just talking it, and the symbol was there.
Ah,
It,
you don't know what's going on. That big red
Uh-uh.
phone means that's the mayor of Gotham City calling Batman
Oh,
out.
shut up.
Well,
Salakia. If you ignore your call when it comes in, the phone still stays there though until that person I guess hangs up, stops calling.
The water says,
So what up?
let him know it's not Gotham City here. This guy.
Um, so Macabre, what do you think about the topic, King? Are we ready?
Are our people ready?
Yeah.
Oh man,
Can
are you kidding me?
can I ask? Can I ask for that book that y'all was talking about at first before I have to get still? I have to go for work. That's all.
Um.
Or if anybody
Ch-
can just back chat me, that'd be cool as well.
yeah, Chief. Could you want to put the link back up or give it to the brother directly in the back chat for the book? Chief might be back on puppy
Hey,
duty.
what book does he need? I'll send it to him.
I didn't have the book. I didn't put up that link. Somebody else put up that link.
What you want? The herbal book?
Con,
Con.
con.
All right, who is it? Who need it?
I
The brother Eddie and me. I didn't get it, so if
And
you could slide it
sorry,
to me as well.
and
You
also
can send
make
that to me too, King.
And
Bakusha.
Judah Princess.
Okay, come.
And
thank
me,
yeah,
The
Bakusha.
water.
Yeah,
Ariala.
just put it at
thank
the
y'all so
top.
much.
Yeah, just put it back on the top,
I'm
King.
gonna put it back up.
Yeah, make sure y'all get the Sportsman Guide up there. Sportsmanguide.com. Get y'all gear up, man. Get ready. Get ready to rumble, damn it.
McCall, I'm glad you showed up, bro, because I was about to do a pull up, man. I ain't see you in a few days on here. You know, you're not allowed to take no days off, bro.
Priest Daniel was
The
definitely.
Hey,
Hey,
the
look,
water
man,
for the love, man.
don't let Priest Daniel fool you, Ark. He hasn't been pulling up neither, Ark. That man,
Yeah, but Daniel Allo pull up to the crib. He been over there.
I'm trying
yeah,
to tell you, man.
yeah, he ain't pulling up to our rooms no more. This goddamn Pastor Daniel Benjamin nigga, I don't know where the hell he come
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. People trying to get the account, clip, man. I'm not gonna make it easy for them. So yeah, I gotta
That's
pull up
right.
backup
Yo, I
phone. You
got
know what
Coon
I'm talking
Killer, so I got you.
about?
But But yeah, man, the water for the concern and love always, y'all. God.
Yeah, see, I'm not as bad as Chiefy from Told You I was. See, know what I'm talking about?
Hey,
I'm actually okay.
Man. Hey, man. You already know, man. That's my man right there.
Yeah, yeah.
God. But yo, as far as this title here, man, we ain't ready for for a race war, let alone World War III. I mean, you kidding me? Our people think this is a joke, man. They think everything gonna be all right. They think they're gonna be able to twerk and do whatever forever. You know what I'm saying? They think that their little jobs or whatever mean something. You know, when this economy crash, they're not gonna know what to do. You know what I'm saying? That's why the scriptures say what it say. You know, nah, we not ready. We're not ready at all. People barely even saving, barely got 2 weeks worth of food in their house. You know what I'm saying? Even when they seeing that all of these things going on around them, the natural disasters, the fact that uh, their shelves are empty. People think, you know what I'm saying, it's just going to go back to normal. Oh, the mask mandates coming off. Everything's going to be all right. Oh, we going back to normal. Nah, man. Our people ain't ready for nothing. But you see these white folks, they practicing for war. But our people, like you always say, Shema, our people twerking and dancing. We got all the new dances out there. You know what I'm saying? We want to know the latest dances and shit. And Esau getting ready for war. Nah, man, we ain't ready. We can't even half our people can't even cook without McDonald's now, let alone start a fire. We not ready, man.
Con,
Shit,
con.
niggas ain't ready for the internet to go down, let alone electricity.
Con,
You know what I'm saying? The internet go down, niggas losing their damn hair, man.
con,
Yo, remember when was Instagram, WhatsApp, and Facebook went down?
con.
Yo, people almost lost their mind.
Word.
You know,
The brother's right. Like we ain't even ready for the internet to get shut down, let alone electricity, everything. You know what I'm saying? You man, woe to them who in the winter. What's the scripture say? Mm-mm. Lord of mercy, man.
Kind of Salagi, like just imagine, like yeah, that's forcing you to be in your own mind now. People don't even have their own mind. You know what I'm saying? We just always on the internet scrolling. When that internet shut down, you're gonna be forced to be amongst yourself in your own mind and your own thoughts. People gonna go crazy, man.
Okay.
The only thing I'm hoping for is that the Brooklyn Nets win the championship before World
Before it
War.
shut down,
That's it. That's all I care about.
so you can have one.
Elder.
You can have that elder. You can have that. This guy, boy. This guy.
Yeah.
God.
Don't hold your breath, Chief.
Lord of mercy.
Um,
Shalom, family. Yahweh
elders.
Shem Yahweh Shai Brother Thah.
Yabashim Yashav Rakatam. Hey, somebody said Shalakia, sis. How your
Uh,
sister?
yes. Yes, elders. I had asked a question earlier, but well, I had got off the phone because I had got the clubhouse has got a phone call, but he was explaining to me, not running, but when the elder pastor that was from like originally from Louisiana, he said it more elegant than I did. But my concern was, like not trying to run like, like that. It was he said to ease the load because New York is freezing. My friend's mother died 2 weeks ago. It had a snowstorm and it was so cold. I just want to give up right there. And I just walking to where I live at. I just wanted to sit down and just fall out because it was so cold. So that's why I said when things get worse in New York, I just want to be somewhere else, and I don't know anywhere else but New York. So that's what I mean by like going to a place outside of New York because I don't the struggle in New York. I can't even make it in New York in the cold when nothing even going on. I can't stay outside in the cold. It's torture. So that's what I was
So,
saying, and I
Leave
know
that
that New York.
godforsaken place.
sis,
Yes.
you're already ahead of the game, sis. I'm gonna tell you why. And it's a known fact. If you can make it in New York, you can make it anywhere. You know what I'm saying? People could say the other states don't understand when we talk that shit. But it is what it is. If you can make it in New York, you can make it anywhere. Everywhere else is super slow. You understand? But the South is where it's at. I lived 37 years, my whole life, 37 years in New York City. You know what I'm saying? 2 years I've been out here in the country. So just keep that in mind. You're already ahead of the game, but escape New York, Operation Escape New York. You know what I'm saying? The goddamn rent too damn high. You ain't got no grass. You can't grow nothing on concrete. You understand? You can't get no livestock. You get some chickens on your fire escape or in your house, whatever they're gonna call the ASPCA on you. You're gonna be on the news. You know what I'm saying? So just keep that in mind. Escape New York, but the South is where it's at, and you're already ahead of the game.
Thank you.
Hey, man, I don't know what you talking about. That brother in the project had that damn tiger up in there for 20 years. I don't know what you talking about, man.
Yeah, the tiger and the damn alligator, and that's why the niggas locked up right now. You know what I'm saying? So and it is what it is. But he made the front page of the newspaper.
I still don't know how that joker hit a tiger for 20 something years in the projects.
He was telling them niggas there's a exotic pit bull.
But yeah, I hear what the sister saying. She want to be somewhere when that thing hit the fan, man. Cause yo, it's gonna be real rough, up in New York when everything shut down. Oh, you think it's wild now? Shit. All right, wait till niggas start starving. You seen the blackouts? You seen them? You know what went down, but you was still able to eat. Yeah, wait till you can't eat. Then it's gonna really get serious.
Con, con. A lot of people don't know how to function without, the luxuries they have right now, man. You know, hot water in the shower, long hot showers. Ain't got no long hot showers in the wilderness, man. You know.
Yeah, that hot water is vital, man.
Yeah.
Especially
You
up
know.
north, man. You get some type of semblance of, it's not true winter down there. But try taking a cold ass shower in the winter.
Man, tell you. You know, toilet paper.
Ah,
You know, the ladies are screaming right now. No toilet paper? Forget them guns. Pack the toilet paper. You know, I mean, damn, that's gonna be crazy, man. No toilet bowl to sit on. You gotta do it like we were back in the in the wilderness, man. You gotta dig a hole and bury it.
Yeah,
So,
but them,
question to brothers. So, if there's no, just out of curiosity to see if people know, right? Because sometimes we gotta test each other. By the way, let me just say, I always look sideways at people, especially in my camp, that refuse to come camping on the Day of Atonement because I'm saying that, yeah, you're definitely not gonna be ready. None of us are really ready. But if you don't even want to go camping for a couple of days because you can't be away from the luxuries of the world for a couple of days, you're gonna have a hard time.
you said the Day of Atonement. That's a
Yeah,
new one.
Slovakia. Tabernacles. Slovakia. Yeah. Yeah. If you can't even be away
Thank
from the
you.
city for a couple of days, then yeah, I know something's wrong with you. But just so y'all know, like, am I in the Matrix or no?
You good?
I can hear you,
You
King.
good?
Just try family, just try to watch like survival videos and stuff like that. They're all over YouTube. Like if you're in a situation where there's no electricity, which most likely means there's probably no running water in your house, whatever like that. What you do is you put a plastic bag in the toilet and you go in there, like, and then Shemai said you tie it up and you take it and you bury it. So that way that stuff is not staying in your house, with all the bacteria and everything that could build up if you allow that stuff to sit in the toilet. It's simple things like that that we don't think about every day that you're able to do. You see what I'm saying? And not keep that stuff in your house because that just breeds disease and everything else. It's simple stuff like that. And try to be around other Israelites as well because you're going to definitely need help. We're going to, that whole thing about Zephaniah 2 and 1 come together, that's going to come into real effect when these things start to go down. And everybody's going to see the benefit of being in close proximity to other Israelites. Like where I live right now, I'm pretty much up here by myself. Like I moved down to New York and I'm up here in the woods of Pennsylvania pretty much by myself. And even I know that that's not good. I'm going to have to probably make a change as well. But for your sisters, it's even worse. You definitely want to be around some people. There's a lot of Israelites in Georgia, that seems like a good place to go. And especially if you're from New York, you don't have to deal with the snow no more. It's not as cold, and you have a lot of Israelites down there. You have a community down there, and the camps for the most part get along. So, sister from New York, if you could, get away. A lot of us that's on the stage, we're from New York. Not everybody, but some of us are from New York, and we were all able to escape. So you could do it too.
Thank you. What about Florida? Is Florida a good place or no?
That's some place I'm considering also. There's a lot of Israelites down there as well.
Got a lot of alligators too.
Yeah, well, it depends on what part though.
And sinkholes. They got the whole house going into sinkholes, man.
Yeah, I mean, everywhere you go has its pluses and its minuses. Like if you want to grow stuff, Georgia's great. Like there's a lot of open land and open space down there to grow stuff. But if you like me, you want to be in an even warmer climate than Florida, you just have to know what you're doing. You see what I'm saying? You just have to know what you're doing. And like I said, try to be around other Israelites. Like whatever camp you fellowship with, try to find what proximity they are to where you're moving, or at least if they have fellowship with another camp that might be in that area if they're not in that area. You know what I'm saying? They can recommend you somewhere to go in case of anything. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you.
Y'all always can come to Tulsa.
We learned our lesson in Tulsa already, man.
They bomb your ass in Tulsa. We get any situation going, we gonna get bombed, damn it.
I'm already out in the country. I'm out in the country area, so I'm about 50 miles outside of Tulsa, and we got large acreage out here, so I'm getting myself ready and getting things set for my people.
All praises, King.
Yeah, they know where to come. I can't shout it to everybody, but they know where to report to when this thing pop off. I told them, y'all know where to meet me at. We got land, we got bass, fish, we got deers running across here. We this is the wilderness. We planning on making this thing in the Most High name, man.
All praises, King. That's what's up, man. Yeah, we need those things.
How the song go? You dropped a bomb on me,
baby. But you turning me out. You stupid, Chief. Yo.
God.
I was gonna say this too.
I didn't realize that's what the Gap Band meant. Like, I didn't. I realized that later on in life, but yeah, that's what it means, man. Black Wall Street.
And I was gonna say this. When Elder was saying about Texas, I heard him. I just came on, but it was like the ending of it, and he said you better be careful where you go because you don't want nobody be burning crosses where you at. And I say October was my first time ever being in Mississippi because my father's side is from Mississippi. My aunt died, so I had to go down there, and it's called Shabuda. So I looked around. I was like, it looks like it could have been really racist. So I looked up the areas. They had a lot of. It was really really bad there. They have like places called the Hanging Tree. So I said I have family in those areas, but there's no way possible I can go down there if it's that type of environment down there. And like saying being from New York, I don't want to be in those areas where people will highly racism.
Nah, Mississippi is the lynching capital, but if you moving in the spirit of the Most High and you keeping these commandments, you ain't got nothing to worry about, man. That's what Psalms the 91 chapter, the 91st chapter is about. being in the secret place. You could be in the middle of a Ku Klux Klan meeting and the Most High cover you. You know what I'm saying? You could go through hell with gasoline drawers on and a burning house with gasoline drawers on. You know what I'm saying? And Most High have nothing touch you. But you got to be right with the Most High. But also, that doesn't mean be stupid. You know what I'm saying? You got to use wisdom and discernment. But yeah, try to get amongst your people. We're gonna announce it later, but we doing some stuff with the land right now that's gonna transfer to something even, I think, greater and bigger. So all praises to the Most High for that. But I don't want to put it out there until we announce, until it's ready to go. But we got a huge announcement once it's said and done. Most High willing.
All praises to the Most High.
Con. I hope your sisters know how to cook rice without a rice cooker. Ain't no rice cookers in the wilderness.
Con.
God, nothing but a pot.
Con, old school.
The Dutch pot.
Old school. Con. No
I
microwaves out there.
I got all
Ain't got
types
no
of
microwaves.
cast iron, man.
There you go.
I got all types of cast iron, boy. I love cast iron. Pots.
Listen, cast iron's the best way to cook.
Con. I got the cast iron where I can make the grill marks on the fish, man. That's all I got. I got my cast iron ready.
Yeah, I got like 6 cast irons, bro.
Yes, sir. A
Got
big
the
old
Dutchie,
pot,
got the flat,
everything.
got the flat top, got the large skillet, got 2 large skillets, got the medium sized skillet, got a little baby skillet. Now I got about like 8 cast iron joints.
Hey, yo, I don't know.
Collecting them.
Hey, yo, I don't know who gonna carry those shits for y'all, but good luck.
Hey, man, the scriptures
It
are
really be
clear.
heavy.
Hey, hold on. The scriptures are clear. The old men are for the wilderness, the wisdom. The young men are for war. Y'all carrying that shit.
Yo, them things is damn heavy for real.
Yeah, they are, man. Mine are super heavy, but I tell you what, you ain't gonna be mad when I'm chefing up on them damn things.
Con.
Good.
Yeah, I mean, it's so many things you take for granted because you're in a house. You could just turn on the light when it gets dark. You gotta, you definitely gotta make sure your fire is kindled before the Sabbath.
Con.
I mean, there's a whole lot of things we take for granted right now, but yeah. If you're
real
go
quick,
ahead, King.
Hey, Priest, did you give anybody in here the information that you gave us about that the things that you will need? You got that list, that starter list, things you'll need if things go down.
Well, once y'all are done with the link at the top, I'll pin the link at the top. So just in case, I don't know if everybody knows what Macabre is talking about. So on my website, like about when COVID first started, I shouldn't even say that word, whatever. When it first started on my website, what I did was I shouldn't say I because I didn't do it, but I posted a list of necessities that people should have in their house at all times in case you can't go outside, whatever like that, for a couple of weeks. It's like a 4-page list. It's everything from batteries, flashlights, candles, kerosene lamps, to dried foods you should have, to what type of medicines you should have, to what types of herbs you should have. It's like 4 pages. It's a PDF. It's free. It's on my website. And it's a good place to start. Like if you don't know what to have, what you should be storing up, you don't have to think. You can just go and consult the list, and then as you're looking at it, other things will come to you. So a lot of people have already downloaded it from my website. So what I will do, if everybody's finished with that book up there, then I'll go ahead and grab the PDF from my website, so you guys can have access to it and download it if you guys need it. And also, let me just say one more thing too, real quick. 1 second. Let me say also one thing too, really quickly. Well, yeah, two things. Let me just make sure it's on my page here. Just y'all bear with me 1 second. There it is. It's at the bottom. Okay. So I always tell people, right? So the list is 4 pages long. Like, everybody's in a different situation financially, whatever the situation is. You may not be able to get everything on the list. That's when you set up a bartering system, especially if you're by yourself. If you're part of a congregation should have other plans. But if you're by yourself, right, you set up a bartering system where one person gets 1 page of items, another person gets another page, another person gets another page, and then brothers and sisters could share the items as you need when that time comes. If you can't afford to get everything, so that's really really important to understand. All right, that's what I suggest to people. Also, I did a presentation on my channel, which I'll probably do it again, um, for preparation as well. There's what, like, for instance, most of us on the stage. Let me pause it first before I even say it. Pause. Most of us on stage are meat eaters. We eat flesh, right? Now, they have what they call vacuum seal machines. I'm not sure. Most brothers should be familiar, especially Macabre, because he's a chef, and most likely Ariala too. These brothers know what these is. You don't want to get a vacuum seal machine that's cheap. You want to get one that's kind of expensive, because an industrial one, because you want it to last you. You don't want it to break down on you. So, like, something I was even saying in my camp, I was like, we're gonna get like a really good vacuum seal machine, and vacuum seal meat. When you vacuum seal meat and you freeze it, it doesn't go bad. You can have that for years because you're sucking all the oxygen and everything out of it. Because most brothers eat meat. You know what I'm saying? And if there's a shortage of meat, whatever, and you want some meat, if you vacuum seal it, it'll last you longer. So there's a lot of things. But I'm literally posting the link to the top of the room right now. It's, if you're going on it on a mobile phone to look at the list, it's going to be at the bottom of the page. You can download it to your phone, or you can actually go to the computer and download it there. So that's pretty much it. Wait a minute, it's not allowing me to. I might have to leave the room and come back in. It's not allowing me to pin it. Yeah, it's not. Oh, there it is. Okay, I'm tripping. That's pretty much it, y'all. Y'all can go ahead. It's gonna be posted right now in a moment. Just go to the bottom of the page. It'll be right there. It's a PDF. It's free. Y'all can download it. All right, that's it.
The water priest. Definitely make sure everybody in this room who doesn't already have an understanding of what to get, in case this place just totally shuts down, please go take the list, go check it out, and start getting some things, because you want to definitely have some things in your house for when this play. The devil's going to do what he's going to do. So
If I could,
go
Macabre,
ahead,
real quick.
go ahead, King.
Little small things that people should know. Like, people, hey, I'm gonna get some water. Just so y'all know, family, you don't buy plastic bottled water and store it. It has an expiration date. There's all types of stuff in there, and it has expiration date. You get boxed waters, little stuff like that. Because I've seen people during COVID, they were stacking up bottled water in plastic bottles. That's no good. So you need to be storing up on boxed water. Just go online, type in boxed water companies. There's a ton of them, and that's what you should keep, for yourself in the house, right? If you live in a state where, like, maybe you guys have, especially if you're a homeowner and it's legal in your state, buy a barrel. Like, people that like to ship barrels of things to, like, the Caribbean, whatever. You go to those places, those shipping companies, and buy a barrel, and you store rainwater. So that way you'll be able to bathe and do certain things in your house. Should your electricity go down, you have no water. It's a lot of things that we can do. We have faith in the Most High. He's going to deliver us. We're not saying that doing these things is going to save us. That's not why we're doing it. What we're doing is we're saving ourselves from being out amongst the chaos that's going to be in the streets when our people go crazy, because they're not ready. So they're the ones that's out there going to be going crazy. You want to be prepared so that you can sit in your house for 2 weeks at a time if you have to, or a month if you have to, and you and your family are taken care of, especially if you have elderly people living with you, and especially if you have young ones living with you. And this is even more important. And last but not least, this should go without saying, keep your mouth shut. Don't put your business on social media, whatever. Because if people know you have stuff and they ain't got it, they coming to see you. They coming to see you straight up. So use wisdom. All right, that's all.
Um, I saw you said on social media you had food for 1 year stuck in your basement. Yeah.
God.
I saw all of that food on your TikTok video. Yeah, man, definitely. That's really important, man. Nobody should know what you have.
That's right.
You know, even your weapons, nobody should know what you have. You know, because they know how to come at you.
Right. And every camp should have a pantry. Like I'm just gonna say it because it is what it is. If you're part of a congregation and you don't see it, ask questions. Every camp in every city and every camp, there should be somebody that has enough space to store stuff for the camp, so that as needed it can be distributed to the camp. And that shouldn't be on social media either. It's
That's
like
right.
none of that stuff should be on social media. But let the world think as far as they're concerned that y'all ain't got shit, you ain't preparing, you ain't nothing, whatever. Keep that stuff off of social media. We as black people like to be too boastful and prideful about everything we're doing. Like we've allowed social media, even Israelites in the truth, to make us just tell all our business on the internet. Listen, I live in a Second Amendment state. I got some shit up in here, but you guys never see me post it on the internet. Never. But I tell you what, you know what I'm saying, when you come in the front door, you're gonna see something pointing at you, you're gonna understand what it is. But I don't have to put it on the social media. For what? You know what I'm saying? Just everything doesn't need to be out there. Just the teachings. Teach the word. That's what needs to be on social media. That's it.
Um, um,
Hey, yo,
Yeah.
Priest, you said you're in PA?
Yeah, I'm on the border. I'm on the Poconos. So I'm on the border of Jersey and Pennsylvania. I'm in the Poconos. It's like,
You know, we might have to come up and link with you, because we're here in Philly.
Most definitely.
yo, y'all. Oh, you already know you're welcome, Mariana, man. Shit, hell yeah. Come on down.
What's how
You
long
got
is the
land
drive
out
to New
there?
York?
I drive into New York every day because I work in New York. So it takes me about an hour and 45 minutes when I get up at like 3 in the morning and I'm out by 4 and there's no traffic. So I get into New York an hour and 45 minutes every day. So
wow.
it's not so bad. It's
Sweet.
not as bad as it sounds. Hmm?
What about going back home?
Well, that's why I get up. See, I'm the supervisor where I work, so I get to pick my hours. So what I did was I strategically picked my hours. So I go in and beat traffic, and I leave work like 2:30 to beat rush hour. So I'm back home in an hour and 45 minutes as well. You know, because literally, like in this part of Pennsylvania, there's no jobs unless you want to work in a factory somewhere. There's a lot of factories out here. And I don't want to work in a goddamn factory, so I had to keep my employment in New York and travel. But I used to take the subway into Manhattan to work, which was 2 hours too. So it's really not any different outside the fact that on the subway I could catch a cat nap. Being that I'm driving in, I can't. I got to stay awake, obviously, but it's really not bad. You know what I'm saying? And it's a different. I'm talking mainly, and even to the sister that I was just talking. I'm talking mainly to her because it's a different life when you do something like that. Because now you're not in the hustle and the bustle, and you live somewhere where you can protect yourself because you can buy guns out here like it ain't nothing. You know what I'm saying? And be able to protect yourself.
That's a
So
fact.
I will never live in a state where you can't own a firearm again.
That's right.
Um,
Listen, man. Listen. I left New York 12 years ago. I ain't never going back. I'm here in PA. I'm ready to get the hell up out of here. But if I leave, I ain't going to a place where it ain't Second Amendment friendly. But I was asking, you got land up there? Because like some of the Akin, we've been talking about, going to a place where we can actually like kind of train and whatnot.
No.
um,
Honestly, it's a hold on a second. It's a little known fact about our camp because we don't really talk about it. But we had purchased some land in upstate New York like 4 or 5 years ago. But I don't have anything here in Pennsylvania. Nor am I looking for any. I get that land in New York. Sell that too. and get something down south, honestly. But now I ain't got no land here.
Con.
Yeah.
I've
But
never been to New York before, man. Never.
You ain't missing nothing.
Ain't missing nothing at
Nope.
all.
You damn
I
sure ain't
was,
missing nothing.
I was planning on coming up there and visit just to look around. I didn't know they had trees in New York. I thought it was all buildings, you know. But I'm eventually get up there. But living the country life is just so beautiful, man. The Most High blessed us tremendously. So, I'm not planning on really pulling out to go nowhere. So anybody looking to buy land, y'all always can come down here and get it. I think they said something about $1,000 an acre. We give it to you cheaper than that. Some places they give you 5 acres free just to move in. I'm telling you.
Where is that?
Look,
Where is that?
look up Redbird, Oklahoma, and see what they got to offer. When we first came down there for Katrina, they were talking about giving us 5 acres free if we just moved there. I told them I could move there. I think the population was so few. I told them if I take my congregation that came with me and move there, I can be the mayor of the town. And they said, yeah, they'll give y'all some land too. But I didn't go there to populate that area. But it still exists. And some of these little country towns, man, to get you to come in there, they'll give you some land.
Yeah,
Um,
I think Wyoming. I think Wyoming and another place. I believe it's Wyoming that
yeah.
they giving people $15,000 to move in that damn place because ain't nobody over there. Ain't shit over there but sawmills and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I heard they giving 15,000 to move over there. So where is Wyoming? Wyoming's by over there by you.
It's further up, over a little up. I think it's over up in west, a little west of us or something like that. But those places like that are isolated, and yeah, they'll give you the land. But if you got some kind of resources or some kind of business going, you can kind of live pretty good in those areas, man. You can do pretty good, especially with all this internet work that you got and all of that. These companies go everywhere, like UPS and all of that. Me and my wife, we order a lot of stuff online. It comes out here, or we get in our vehicle. We drive into town, which is about like 8 miles in, and we got everything there, Walmart, everything, So it's not bad. Country living is beautiful, man. It's a beautiful thing. But we have the assets that we need, and so it's a blessing. But we brought this place out here looking towards the future because I kind of know, we kind of know what's going to happen according to these scriptures. And I think this place is going to be, if the Lord bless and allow it to be a safe haven for the Israelites that's going to be scattered. Some of them will know that they can, there's a place here they possibly can come to. And I think one of the things going to be, you got to be a practicing Israelite to get behind these gates in the future. So that's where we at. But the Most High is blessing. We're reaching out. Anybody that's trying to come in, if they just reach out and contact us, hopefully we can kind of like get them settled in certain places around here and see if we can get them connected to somebody out here. Plenty jobs for right now, but we don't know how long this stuff is going to last. Because keep in mind now, this program is about can we make it? But right now, jobs everywhere. Well, career jobs is everywhere. You can get on with big companies here, man. I mean, train station, UPS, FedEx, all them folk, they dying for help. Folk to come in and work. They'll pay you to basically come in and work here. But they just can't fill these jobs fast enough down here. So that's the way it is out here in this area, in our land.
Con, yeah, brother, I know you welcoming people with open arms, but You said practicing Israelites. Just understand you got to run some background checks on these Negroes because you get a predator, you get a pedophile, you get a rapist. You know what I'm
Con,
saying? So
I
you know,
appreciate that. Yeah.
yeah, you got to make sure you run them background checks because you don't know who these niggas infringers is. You know what I'm saying? You don't
That's
know
right.
who. I'd rather deal with an FBI agent than a child molester. Because what the FBI agent gonna get from us? The truth.
You gonna get the truth.
That's it. You see what I'm saying? So, but a child molester, a rapist, you know what I'm saying? You end up having to bury a nigga in them backwoods.
Con, that's right. Con.
Con.
But I'm a definitely. Who's that speaking? That Yasharala?
Yeah, that's Yasharala.
I just followed you. I'm gonna definitely link with you because we gonna go on this tour. I know that ain't the South. Well, at least down South. But I'm gonna definitely try
Southwest.
to link.
It's the Southwest.
I'm gonna definitely try to link in these other states also when we do this down South tour. You know, we want to make some trips and some rounds to go out there and teach in different areas that really haven't been hit like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't like to go where a bunch of Israelites are. I like where there's a physician needed. I don't like to go over there and there's 1,000 damn camps on one strip. That shit is so stupid to me. So I like to go where no man has gone before. Yeah.
There there are no camps out here. The only people I know that's out here, well, you do. You got Sons of Jacob out here and a few others out here that's doing something, but they're in the Tulsa area. I'm like 50 miles out. Although I got a church in Tulsa and I got a church in the country area out here too, uh, where I'm at. So, but they practicing Israelites now. We all practicing Israelites now. So Most High bless.
Well, I was going to say something about certain areas. What about I know in Albany, New York, a lot of people never heard of the Israelites. So when I go back up there, I be telling people, and it seemed like they just don't know anything about it. And there's a lot of people up there that should know. And I'm a woman. I don't see anybody outside up there. And I was telling him I send stuff up to my brother because he's still upstate. He live up there, and I sent something to my other friend. They said I never heard anything like this, and they was very interested. So I said, why don't you come down here to see how it is? One of my friends came down to see how it is, but I think up there they have a big population, and they need to hear the truth. That's Albany, New York.
Yeah, we got a camp in Buffalo. I know it's not Albany, but that's the closest we got over there right now. But yeah, Albany is definitely. And then them niggas are sick up there. They upstate New York, all them cats out there, they go extra hard because they trying to compete with the boroughs, with the city. So they try to make a name for themselves. So they kind of off the short yellow cheese bus. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah. So
it's bad. Like it's like they killing each other left and right. And my brother sent me an article because I was telling him like when you talk about Israelite stuff, he said, "Yo, that's you're right." Is they letting all the top criminals out, like murderers. And I said, I told you, I said the Bible's a real book. I'm telling you, it's a real book. And it's just bad. It's just like killings every day. 14-year-olds getting shot. It's a big city, but a small city. But it's not like Buffalo or Rochester where people know how bad it is. It's like really, really bad. These kids, they won't stop killing each other up there.
yeah, somebody sound like they snoring, man. Who the hell is that? If you snore, we're gonna kick you off, man.
That's my
Yeah, this nigga crazy. Gotta mute
Somebody
that.
went to sleep, man. Somebody went to sleep.
Yeah, gotta move. This the hell I think we just up. Good.
So,
But
yeah.
good.
Shalom, shalom. All praises to the Most High Yahweh Shem Yahushai. All praises, my brothers. Shalom to all of you. Yeah, man.
Shalom,
Top of the
Shalom.
room. How you doing,
Shalom.
Chief? How you doing, Chief? How you doing, Shemaiah? Macab, Priest, blessings, man, blessings, man. Yeshaya, blessings. Yeah, man. Top of the room. Are we ready for World War Three? Wow. The brothers and sisters that I encounter in the UK, no, they're not ready. Um, Even the simple things that you were speaking on, like water and things like that, no, they're not ready. They've got plans. If you speak to them, everyone's got a master plan. When it comes down to the crunch, the nuts and bolts, they're not ready. But one thing you brothers mentioned earlier, I think Priest mentioned it. I think about tabernacles. Tabernacles is my favorite feast day. But what I realized is I was speaking to one Persian brother one time, one Persian guy, and he said, "Oh, what you doing? What you doing this week or this month or whatever?" And tabernacles was coming up. I said, "Oh, I'm going tabernacles or camping." He's like, "What?" He's like, "Black people don't camp," and I couldn't even get on him because it's true. A lot of Israel, even in the truth, they avoid tabernacles. When tabernacles is actually a good preparation, very very good preparation for when something hits, because you gotta be able to learn how to maintain your body heat. You understand? And one little thing I don't think anyone's mentioned yet is socks. Socks are very important. Keeping your feet dry, very very important. That's one thing I would add. Everyone needs many pairs of socks. You need more socks than anything else. Keep your feet dry. But yeah, man, over and out. Blessing.
Yeah. Of course, some of the polls,
You matrix, y'all.
yeah. Wow.
Yeah, he was in the matrix.
Yeah, he's in the matrix then.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you a little secret though. And this is, I could be a conspiracy theorist or whatever. You can call me that if you want. It's my tinfoil hat. I think the camps that don't go hard for tabernacles as they go as hard as for Passover is because they really can't make no money off the tabernacle. I'm just being honest. You know what I'm saying? They really just can't make no money. So, you got to bring your own shit. What you going to charge somebody to go to the park? Somebody to go to a camping site? Camping sites don't cost that much. You see what I'm saying? Everybody could put in $10 and you'd be straight. You know what I mean? So, yeah, just keep that in mind. If a camp don't go as hard as they go for tabernacles, as they go for Passover and the rest of the feast days, it's because they can't make no money.
Yeah. I use tabernacles as a measuring tool. To be fair, I know how hard someone's on it. Is if they'll do tabernacles or not. Start umming and ahhing and running around the corner and making a whole lot of excuses. I know they're not on it. I know they're not on it. So as I says, I've seen many brothers make a bag of excuses not to do tabernacles. You know what I mean? I'll get into an argument with someone about something else and then say, "Oh, tabernacles is cancelled." I've heard man do all of that, you understand? So that's my measuring tool, you understand? And yeah, you can be, you're right still. Passover thing. Can't make money off of tabs. All you're going to do is in England, all you're going to do is get wet and cold. No money I get make for that.
What you say, Priest Daniela? You say my theory is right, or it's just a conspiracy?
Makes sense to me, man. Makes sense to me. I agree.
Right. Tabernacles is part of the three major feast days that we was commanded to keep. So why wouldn't you put that same effort into it as the Passover?
Khan, one of the big three, man. And for me, the best one. You get 8 days with your brothers and sisters, and you learn most about your brothers and sisters during that time.
So Passover used to be my favorite until I moved to the South. I see what Tabernacles was about. There was one time I was supposed to do Tabernacles with Lions of Israel. They had rented a spot. I think it was in Jersey. Right, Priest? I think it was in Jersey. Camping site.
Yep.
Yeah, and I don't know what it came in. I think it was like, I don't know what it was. It was a new moon. I think it was a new moon, and we had just rented a spot. And I was like, yo, we put the money in for the spot. You know, I don't think we will be able to make it. You know what I'm saying? But I seen the pictures and everything, and that shit kind of got me uptight. But I wish I would have went, because if I would have been keeping tabernacles just like that in New York, man. I'd have definitely made sure we rented a site or something, because that's an experience all Israel should love to experience. I'm telling you. And if you do it with the right brothers and sisters, you're gonna have a ball, man. And I don't mean to toot our horn, damn it, but our shit was fire last year. You know what I'm saying? Like, our shit was fire. You know what I mean?
You know what I'm
Khan.
saying? Like, brothers wasn't even going, and sisters wasn't even going to sleep. I'm like, man, like you just hear brothers outside the tent, outside playing spades, enjoying themselves, whatever, like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, man. I'm like, man, like Chief from said, man, it's nonstop. Yeah,
Khan.
nonstop. I don't
Yeah.
see. People don't know what they missing, man. Sometimes they don't know. Go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, nah, it was crazy. It was literally no sleep. Brothers went to sleep for like 2 hours, 3 hours, got back up. You know what I'm saying? It's breakfast time. Brothers went to sleep. You know what I'm saying? 6 in the morning, wake up at 9 or 8 o'clock, and back at it. Everybody looking for breakfast now. Like, yeah, it's definitely an experience that all Israel should love to have, man. And then you got like Shower Paul. I don't know if y'all seen our video, but Shower Paul had, he had them damn Christmas lights out there, man. He had that thing lit up, looked like a club, and you know what I'm saying, looked like one of them raves that Esau be throwing in the woods and stuff with all the lights, man. It was definitely an experience, man. Even Esau was coming by because we had rented a site. We ain't put it in our, we ain't do it in our where we're at, because on the land, because we should, but we didn't, because there's certain bathrooms, we still got the children and all of that. So, women and the children, that's what we really did it for, because we got the bathrooms over there. You can go shower and stuff like that, and certain women, we tending to the people that might not be ready for it. But yeah, definitely, man, an experience that it was just crazy. The year before that, we did 2 days, and we tried to extend it because we was having so much damn fun. And Esau didn't want to book it for us, so we said this year, nah, we definitely doing 7 days. So that's from now on, you know what I'm saying? The same way we get together for Passover, we get together for tabernacles out here, for at least for HOI. You know what I'm saying? So all y'all better pull up, damn it.
Khan. That's another thing as well. He's doing the full 7 days, 7 to 8 days. That's another one as well, man. Always make a active effort to make sure I do the whole course. Don't just do a little one weekend and run back to where it's comfy.
I'm gonna show you how real it was. Right, one night, Shaw Paul did the fish fry. Tell me how he was frying fish in the wood. All right, he did the fish fry. So that's Benjamin now. So now Judah, want to compete with Benjamin, and now Judah the next night, Judah cooked fried chicken on
Yeah.
the fire pit. Make that make sense? How you fry chicken in the middle of the woods on a fire pit? That's Israel, man.
Nice cast iron.
Now it wasn't even a cast iron. Huh?
Word.
This was some. It looked like a wok. It was a big ass joint. It looked like a big ass wok. I don't know who brought it. I think brother Malak, he brought that damn thing. And him and Lamech, they was cooking. They made a whole bunch of fried chicken. So niggas ain't gonna go hungry in the woods, man. Most High provide. And Israel's creative, damn it. I seen it all when I seen niggas cook fried chicken. Fried chicken and fried fish.
Yo, most I will. I'll be there this year, man. I was mad tight, man. I was sitting there. You kept on rubbing it into every day. You put a video up. I was just tight. Like, damn, I
Yeah.
wish I was there, son.
Yo, we see. I told everybody, I just said I was making the coffee in the morning. I was the coffee man, but everybody tell you I had the Jägermeister coffee. So I was going by everybody. Hey, you want a shot in your coffee? So I had brothers and sisters lit early in the morning. You know what I'm saying?
Words.
Continue how we left it off, damn it.
Come, most I will. I'll be there. Yo, we was in Taz and them's backyard, man. We did it one night in the backyard, but we definitely wanted to be down there.
Gone. Hopefully we can get out there for tabs, man. That's what we're looking to try and do.
Oh
Rib wants to
man,
get
that'd
out
be
there, man.
fly as hell, man.
Yeah, man. If we
Yo,
can,
if y'all can get over here for that, wow,
we're gonna try. We're gonna make an active effort to
crazy.
try get out
Yo,
there, man.
bring them crumpets out.
Oh yeah, definitely. We're gonna vacuum pack you some crumpets. Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Definitely, man. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it.
Yeah.
yeah.
I know now to make more. I had made 4 gallons of nutcrackers. You know what I'm saying? I had the nutcrackers made. I made 4 gallons of that joint, but that thing went in like 3 days. So I said, yeah, next year, and I know more brothers and sisters gonna show up. So I'm gonna have to make maybe 10 to 12 gallons, man. Yo, it was so crazy. It was so crazy, brothers. Brothers was ending up in the wrong tents, yo. A brother came back. He said,
Right,
"Yo, man, why Ox sleeping in my tent?"
right.
Bro, that's when you know niggas having a great time, man. When you end up sleeping in the wrong tent, man.
Yo, man, you know me. I'm a night hawk, so I'll be up all night. Yeah, I can't wait, man. Most I will. I'll be there. Who's this Jeremy? Y'all was sap in the building. Come on up, bro. It's my man right here. Y'all was sap. Get on up here, King. Then
Can
we
you
can
dig it? Can
slide
you
in.
dig
He
it?
up.
Dig it?
That's my man. You dig?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That's my man's right there. I was just listening to his cut today. Him and Tara got. You heard it, right? Talking about getting off the old man.
Nah.
Oh, I got a plan for you.
Shalom, y'all was up.
Shalom, shalom, y'all. What's up? Y'all about to y'all shabakatum.
Shalom.
Shalom, Yabashima
Hey,
Shabrakathum.
hey, hey, man. I was just listening to your cut, you and Elder Tarah today, man. What's it? How you do it? I'm trying to take off the old man. Yo, that's the truth.
Kya.
Yeah, yeah,
Kya.
you there with that
Kya. Now that's on tuck right now. That's on tuck right now.
hey,
We working on some other
man.
things.
That thing right there is fire, man. What you say? You walked them down with that 38. What? Come on,
Hey, we putting off the old man on that one.
putting
You know
off
what
the
I mean?
old man.
We burying that. We burying him.
You was letting them know what that old man was that you put off, man. Walk them down, son. Oh, praise.
Mkiab.
Yeah.
Mkiab.
Yes.
Oh, I see everybody up in here. Okay, all praise to the Most High. Hope y'all good, man. All praise to the Most High.
Yo, the captain just stepped in the room. He's coming up. Cap.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Shalom. Yabashim Shabbat.
Yeah, but
How about
you
all praises, Kings. What's
oh,
going
praise.
on, man?
Ain't nothing, brother. How you? Yo, I
Chilling like a
seen your
villain, King.
Hey, Ak, man, I seen your what's your name, man? Yo, man, y'all had about 40 people there, man.
Good.
Yeah, man. The Most High is moving out there, and
Macabre's a prophet.
yeah, them
I've
scriptures,
been
man.
told him that. I've been told him that. See, that's confirmation. You're a prophet, Macabre. I told you that already.
Hey,
Good.
I prophesied them scriptures. That's how I prophesied, man. What
Good,
the
King.
scriptures say, whatever the scriptures say. That's
I'll
it.
be making it profit.
Huh?
I said, well, I'll be making a profit.
Uh-oh. Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
You know,
all I am
I'm
is a watchman. That's it. That's what I am.
God,
I'm a
King.
watchman.
yeah,
Yeah,
but good.
that track, man, that Yawusab track with Elder Terah, putting
What?
off the old man.
Putting off the old man. I can't believe you ain't hear that yet, yo. I gotta send it
Ephesians
to
4
you
and
again.
26, homie. That
Con-
joint is crazy,
Hit him
boy.
with it. Yup. Con.
You know?
Yo, send me that. Send me that. Send me that.
Con.
Yo,
Yeah,
yo,
wow.
Salakia, the same way we held down Atlanta, we held down the tabernacles in Atlanta, man. I think we gonna have to all make it to Purim and Judas Maccabeus and Nicanor, the destruction of Nicanor. We gonna have to go to the Shah for that one next year because
God.
we all did that joint like 4 days straight, man. You know what I'm
Good.
saying?
God.
God.
Yeah.
Let me know, Kings. We'll hook it up, man. Let me know, man. We'll definitely hook y'all up, man. You know, Most High really blessed us, man, with a
All praise to the Most High. Y'all moving out there.
God. Yeah, I
Uh,
learned
he
from the best.
he gonna make
See
me
how?
bundle up. He gonna make
Yo,
me bundle up and head out there in the cold, man.
oh, yeah, you definitely gonna have to bundle up out there. Hey,
Good.
hey, we might gotta move the anniversary to around Nicanor, man, so we can spend that instead of being 4 days out there doing that. We could be 4 days out there doing Nicanor.
God. God,
Nicanor for
Kings.
real, man. Cause what we just came out there 2 weeks ago, and then
God.
Come,
Nicanor, bang. Yo, that might be something to talk to the elders about, man. See if we can do that. Cause we
God.
coming out there anyway.
that
God.
makes sense.
Con.
Yeah, everything, Salakia, everything was timing, man. Like the Most High dropped the gift in our hand. I
Oh
didn't
my
expect none of
God.
this
Hey, man, you
at
see that,
all.
man? What a blessing, man. What a
Man.
blessing. That ain't nobody but Yahweh Shai. Come on,
God.
kid.
All praise.
No, man.
God, man.
Yo,
But
you
most
brothers
definitely,
Never
moving slow,
despise
though.
small beginnings.
God.
You
Most
see how?
definitely, I'll definitely hook that up. Most I will. I'll try to get on that ASAP because that place is a beautiful spot. Everything is spacious, all of that. And yeah, man, it's and the owner of the place, man, he's with us, man. He's like, yo, whatever y'all need, I got y'all, man. Whatever y'all need, I got y'all.
Only thing I wasn't digging was that Confederate sign.
Nah, it's a historical place. It's
God.
a landmark. You know, that's what it is. It's a landmark. So it put all the history there, and it's a revolutionary place as well.
Okay.
So it fits right in with what we're doing. You know.
Con.
Ariel was taking pictures with the Confederate flag out.
Con. Talk
They
about
gonna
the
say he a
wrong side
turncoat.
one. Talk about
He
the wrong
going off.
side
He
one.
going off, King.
Going
Cause
on.
I'm gonna take the pic, King, with a lighter next to it.
Yeah.
God.
You know?
But I'm putting off the old man. God damn
God.
it. Yo, that is the cut.
Yeah.
Yo, I got people asking me for it to hear it in the inbox. Like, yo, send it my way.
All praise to the Most High. You know that we kind of stumbled up on that one, but we got some other things in the works too. We
Oh,
put
I'm
something together.
sure.
Good.
Oh, I'm sure, man. Yo, man. I was in the studio. I know what y'all got.
God, what am I talking
Yeah.
about?
Yeah.
Yeah, you was up in there with us. That's right. That's
Yes,
right.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that other one, I don't know. Have you heard the double is a lie, Chief?
Oh man.
Oh my God, that's straight fire.
Nah, I don't. Y'all different. Y'all HOI New York niggas in New Jersey. Y'all different. Y'all don't fuck with us like that.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't be sending this shit. It be all y'all. I be talking about something. Me and Sharp all be looking at each other like, what the hell they talking about? Like we
How
don't
you
even
be
know.
in the chat? How you not
We,
knowing you be in the chat?
we,
That
we
mean
don't.
you don't pay no attention.
Nah, I ain't gonna hold you. Sometimes it be too much shit going on in that chat. I be like,
Yeah,
bro,
there's a lot going on in that chat.
I
That chat
ain't
is
got time to be reading all this, brother. Like, it's too much.
don't say we ain't been.
You ain't lying. You ain't never lied.
Yo, there's a lot going on in that chat. But I'm saying them damn songs that went through that chat too. That's all I'm saying. Because
Macabre just exhorting the brothers right now. Macabre trying to exhort the
man,
brothers.
I call it. I'm a hip hop creature, man. I call it how I see it, man. Fire's fire. I wouldn't even put my name on it if I didn't think it was fire. You know what I mean?
Hey, you know Chief won't neither.
God.
Yeah,
Eh, eh,
I ain't gonna hold you. There's a couple things, even some, some stuff, man, that I can't put my name on it, brother. I
but
love
check
that.
this out.
Send it to Chief, man. You know he gonna let it be known either way.
Hey, Ock, man, he
yeah,
gonna
I'm gonna
think it's
send it
fire.
out.
Fire is fire. But hold on, I just want to say this: how come Illinois got it and ATL ain't got it? That's all I want to know. Since we holding back, you know what I mean?
Because y'all got this thing going on with Cap over there. You know what I'm saying? He just won.
Oh,
You know what
we
I'm saying?
respect a person. He said we a respect of persons.
Yeah,
You hear this
yeah,
cut right here?
Nah,
yeah,
nah.
yeah, yeah, definitely a conspiracy between Chicago and New York, bro.
Oh, come on, man.
Yeah.
CON.
Yo, okay.
Nah, I got.
Now I got to figure out how to send this damn thing, man.
I'm gonna
Hold
send it. I'm
on.
gonna send it.
Yeah, send it to Cap because
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
a couple
Salaki.
people
I
want
thought
to hear
everybody
it. So.
checked the chat and everything is there. Hearing that, but I understand what you say. There's a lot of stuff on it. You can't really keep up with everything.
No, but I got a couple people in my inbox saying, "Yo, I don't know how to send it, man. I don't know what I'm doing. Y'all asking the wrong joker. I come from cassette tapes, man. You know what I mean? That's my era. God damn it. I'm gonna try to figure it out. Hold on. I know I got it on my download.
But all praise to the Most High. You dig?
You ain't say that right though. You said that we get that, but you ain't end it off right. You dig? Yeah, baby.
Con,
Yeah.
yeah, it's a lot, I don't know what time, because Sharpo ain't on this joint. I don't know what time he started this joint, but to keep the replays on, I don't want to violate his joint. And then,
Con.
you know what I'm saying? If anybody want to bring something out, y'all can bring it out. Anybody in the audience, oh, there you go. Okay, Shaw Paul, I was lining it up, so I didn't know what you wanted to do. But I know it's getting late, and I don't want you to lose the replays.
Kind of stuff. Do another room or just
Time,
Up to y'all.
come.
Let me know. Or
Yeah,
you can open up a HOR room. Go ahead. You got it, man. Put a title up and
yeah.
whatever.
I'm
Con,
actually. I want to get some people in my barbershop room. Damn it! So I'm gonna put the barbershop room up.
Okay, there you go.
It'll be
Put the
a chill.
barbershop.
It'll be a chill, chill room. Speak your shit. You know what I'm saying? Speak your shit, chill room. So that's what I'm gonna open up right now. Hold on, let me get out of here and do that.
yeah, try to do it before 2.
I'm gonna do it right now, brethren. Right now.
All right.
They want me to play the song. Hey, where Cap at? Cap left?
Nah, I'm here.
Hey, Cap, play putting off the old man for the crowd real quick, man.
oh man, you got to shut this room down, King, before they lose the replay.
Oh, stop playing with it, man. You better let your light shine, man.
Yeah, man, play the tune, man. I want to hear this, man. We want to hear it.
Hold on, sorry.
Hey, you got a lot of wind in the background, man. I don't know if it's gonna be you in the windy city, your parents, man.
Yeah, God.
Okay,
I
okay,
think I got it.
fine.
I think I got it. Hold on.
Yeah,
Trying
yeah,
to
but we want to be able to hear it, not the wind, man.
God. Hold up.
Yeah, that ain't it. We can't hear you good. All right, can't hear you good. Sorry, King. You out in the wind, man.
I got it. Old man, becoming a new man. I put on a new man, which is renewed in the knowledge after the image of him that created him. That old man is done away with. That old man that was gangbanging. That old man that was manipulating women. That old man that was selling drugs. Now I become a new man in the spirit of the Most High. By Shima Mashiach Yahushua. Oh, Yashala. Enemies from the other side coming. Heart start pumping. Adrenaline rushing. 10 shot 38. I walked him down. Plus, what you talking about? End of discussion. My homie got shot 5 times and he didn't die. No tears falling, didn't cry. All his years balling. Look me in my eye. Said we gotta hit that block up and let him fly. He was loading up a 35. Trying to drink away the pain. I was flipping through the scriptures. Think about the game. I told him, don't trip. Met him at the strip. Emptied out the whole clip. And still ain't nothing changed. Jeremiah 26 and 13. We gotta rearrange some. Talk about your move 10 keys a week. Put enemies to sleep. But to me, you ain't saying nothing. You dig? I'm just putting off the old man. And I got a new weapon now that won't jam. Understand? I'm just putting off the old man. Don't hate on him. That's Colossians 3 and 8 on him. I'm just putting off the old man. And I got a new weapon now that won't jam. Understand? I'm just putting off the old man. Something new on him. Ephesians 4 and 22 on him. Oh Lord, what's going on? Why does old man keep holding on? Every damn day we going strong, like the Soviet Union's Cold Wars. On my damn back like a cold sore. Keep me yo quick like I'm coleslaw. Got the Mac in the pack that the muzzle wore. Hoodie with the hole that the gate tore. Standing on the corner drinking brown liquor. Henry got those things that make a man hiccup. Big things, heavy make a man give up. Armor piercing bullets make you run quicker. I'm getting slick trying to break Jacob. Just like Moses, God's spirit wake up. If it's my peoples, I don't want to fight. But they in my skin like a nanite. That's when the devil try to creep in. Like old wet turkey try to seep in. He always get the guns by the weekend. Bullet smoke in the air like a beacon. All the other nations shall go against me. But I roll hard like the rolling 60s. Satan trying to get real close to me. That's when I think about the prophecies. I'm just trying to do what they told me. Colossians 3 and 8 is what you showed me. Showing brothers love, that's what I'm all about. God's words from the heart, know what I'm talking
just putting off the old man. And I got a new weapon now that won't jam. Understand? I'm just putting off the old man. Don't hate on him. That's Colossians 3 and 8 on him. I'm just putting off the old man. And I got a new weapon now that won't jam. Understand? I'm just putting off the old man. Something new on him. Ephesians 4 and 22 on him.
Yo, that shit fire, man. Y'all niggas send,
Boy!
y'all niggas ain't sending that shit. No, see what New York
It was
be
on the
doing?
group chat,
Y'all,
kid. It was on the group chat for like 3 months already.
Yeah, that was
yeah, there be so much shit on the group chat you can't tell what the hell is what. That got spirit on there, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna say you right now.
That shit fire. Wait till you hear like that beat and
Devil is
everything,
a
man.
lie.
That shit straight
Yeah.
fire.
Yo, the link is on the top, man. Click the link, man. Talk your shit. You know what I'm saying? Talk your shit, chill room, man.
Khan,
So,
Yak, what's good, baby? Yakata's in the building.
oh,
Yeah.
yeah, but she might shop back at that.
DC.
How about you? Y'all talk about
Shima.
so
Hey,
hit the link. I'm
hey,
gonna be in the other
press
room.
that link. We about to go bless priest room, man.
Yo,
Hey,
Yakataz, what's good, man? It's been forever, bro. It's my guy right there. Shalom. All praises.
Sir,
yeah,
shalom,
yeah.
priest.
Yes, sir.
Hey, y'all go into the other room. I'm about to dead this one.
Khan. We gonna meet y'all over there.
Y'all ain't gotta go home, but y'all gotta get the hell up out of here.
Yeah.
Shalom, family.
Shalom.
Shalom, fam.
Shalom. Click the link on top. Y'all head to the other room. Right? We still got 80 people in here. Y'all head to the other room. They relaxing and chilling, talking that stuff. Barbershop talk. Right? I'm gonna shut this one down and keep the replays. Kwame Yasharala, Ahabatha Yashala. Barakatha Yashala. Y'all click that link on the top to hit the other room. And hit the stage and chop it up with your voice. Alright? I'm about to shut this one down, y'all. Still 62 people in here. I'm gonna see some more people hit that link on the top. Transfer to the other room. Shalom.